A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, Around the World, the Jack Benny program. Rochester, Tennessee, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. Now, the reason I'm keeping my voice down is because it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I don't want to disturb our little star, who at the moment is sound asleep.
Huh? What was that? What was that? The phone. It's a phone. Who would be calling me in the middle of the night? It must be an emergency. 4 o'clock in the morning. Maybe somebody's sick, Dennis or Mary. I better answer it. Where are my slippers? Oh, there they are. Coming, coming. Gee, I hope they don't hang up. Hello?
This is Hank, the all-night disc jockey. If you tied spaghetti end to end, how many pounds would it take to go around the world?
What?
If you answer the question correctly, you'll win 2 glorious weeks at Pismo Beach.
Now, wait a minute. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
That answer is incorrect. Goodbye.
How do you like that? He hung up on me. Well, he's not going to get away with that. Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, would you please get me Hank, the disc jockey?
At 4 o'clock in the morning? Are you crazy?
What?
If I were you, buddy, I'd crawl out of that phone booth, get a cup of black coffee, and go home.
Go home?
If you don't, you'll hate yourself in the morning.
Oh, yeah, well, you're just a smart aleck. Let me talk to the head telephone operator.
I'm sorry, but the head telephone operator is busy.
Then let me talk to the supervisor.
The supervisor isn't in. Would you like to talk to Alexander Graham Bell?
Look, I only want... Oh, never mind. Gosh, I'm so mad now I'll never get back to sleep. Imagine being wakened by a silly disc jockey at 4 o'clock in the morning. Sorry I answered it. Should have let it ring and ring it. Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't Rochester answer the phone? He couldn't have been that sound asleep. I'm going to find out. Rochester, why didn't you answer? He's not here. His bed hasn't been slept in. 25 after 4, and he's not home yet. Well, I'm going back to bed. In the morning, I'm going to tell him a thing or... Uh-oh. There's the front door. Just as I thought. It's Rochester. Look at him sneaking into the house. He's taken off his shoes. Now he's tiptoeing across the living room. Well, I'd like to see him get out of this. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What are you doing up on your toes?
I'm dancing the minuet!
What?
Dum-dum, dilly-dum, dum, dilly-dum, dum, dilly-dum.
I know the music!
Dum, dum, dum.
Instructor, what's the idea of coming in at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Coming in?
I saw you open the front door and come in.
Oh, that. Well, last night the club I belonged to had a social gathering, and the president had intentions of breaking it up at 10 o'clock.
Oh, 10 o'clock, eh? If that was his intention, what happened?
At 9:30, we elected a new president.
I thought so. Now, I'm going back to bed. I'll talk to you about this in the morning. Now, go to your room.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, good night. I hope I can fall back to sleep. Can't get over that disc jockey. There ought to be a law against doing a thing like that. Now that I've been up a little while, I don't feel sleepy. Matter of fact, I feel good. A lot of people get up early in the morning. Some of them even take long walks before breakfast. They say it keeps them healthy. Maybe that's what I need, more exercise. I noticed lately that when I tell people I'm 39, some of them don't believe it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get dressed and take a nice long walk. I think I'll call Mary and ask her if she'd like to go with me. Hello, Mary.
Who is this?
Mary, this is Jack.
Jack? Jack, what's the matter?
Nothing, Mary. I just called to ask you if you'd like to go for a walk with me.
Walk? Jack, what time is it?
20 minutes to 5.
20 minutes to 5?
Yes, Mary. I figured if we walked down Wilshire Boulevard and headed east to see if we can see the sunrise.
Jack.
What is it, Mary?
Let me talk to the man.
What man?
The man in the white coat. There must be one of them with you.
Mary, I'm not crazy.
Well, you must be something. Calling me up to go for a walk at 5 o'clock in the morning. I told him to get a cup of black coffee and go home.
Operator, get off the line. This is none of your business. Now, Mary, if you'll get dressed, I'll be right over and... How do you like that? She hung up. Oh, well. I don't care what Mary thinks. I made up my mind to go out for a walk, and that's what I'm going to do. Gosh, I've never been out so early in the morning. The sun hasn't come up yet. The air is so nice and brisk. Here comes the street cleaner. Good morning, mister.
Good morning, Mac.
I can see now why the streets of Beverly Hills are so clean.
Thanks, Mac, but that's what I get paid for. I pick up papers, leaves, rubbish. Anything I find lying in the street, I pick up and put in this barrel. And then I take it over to the city dump, and I... Hey, wait a minute, Mac. You can't take nothing out of that barrel.
But he's a friend of mine. Remley. Remley, wake up.
Hey, you really know him?
Certainly, that's Frank Remley. He leads the orchestra at the Cinegrill.
That's where I found him laying in front of.
Well, did you have a lot of trouble getting him into the barrel?
Oh, I didn't put him in the barrel. You see, we street cleaners all go by numbers.
Uh-huh.
The number on my barrel is 102, and when he saw that, he dived right in.
Oh, yes, that's his favorite beer. That and 101 others. Anyway, it serves him right. Take him to the city dump.
I did that yesterday, and they refused him.
What? Well, try again.
Okay, so long, Mac.
So long, so long. Gosh. Since Remley's become a celebrity, things are really different. Now they pick him up. They used to sweep around him. I can't understand why Mary didn't want to take a walk with me. See, at 5:30 in the morning, you see things so differently. After the sun comes up, I'm going to walk back home and eat a nice big breakfast. Gosh, I just can't get over it. Me, Jack Benny, walking the streets at this hour of the morning. Things sure look different. And quiet, too. Just a few people here and there on their way to work. I bet this fellow walking behind me would be surprised to find out that he was walking on the same side of the street with a star of stage, screen, radio, and television.
I beg your pardon, but may I have your autograph?
Oh, you recognize me.
No, I heard you talking to yourself.
Gosh, this is embarrassing. You must have thought I was egotistical.
I thought you were nuts.
Look, mister, do you or don't you want...
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I've got to catch the bus. Excuse me.
What a smart aleck. I hope he misses it. Oh, well. A kiss on the hand may be quite continental, but diamonds are a girl's best friend. Look at that tin can on the sidewalk there. A kiss may be grand, but it won't pay the rental on your humble flat or help you at the automat. Whoop! It went out in the street. See, I remember when I was a kid, I used to kick a rock all the way to school. They didn't have tin cans in those days. Look at the picture they're showing at this theater. From Here to Eternity. See, it's 5:30 in the morning. A theater looks so empty. There isn't even a girl in the box office selling tickets. I've never seen a theater so empty. Yes, I have, but I don't want to think about it. I better start back home now. This walk has really worked up an appetite.
Hey, Jack Benny.
Bob Crosby.
Well, Jack, the sun hasn't come up yet. What in the world are you doing out on the street?
I'm just taking a little walk. But, Bob, where are you and Bagby and Fletch and Kimmick and Sammy the drummer driving to?
Well, Jack, my boys in the band don't get much time for relaxation, so I'm taking them duck hunting.
Oh, is that why you're wearing those red coats?
Oh, certainly. That's a safety measure so the other hunters can see you.
Hey, that's quite... Wait a minute. Only 4 of you are wearing the red coat.
Well, I know. Bagby doesn't have one.
Well, aren't you worried?
No, piano players are a dime a dozen.
Of Bagby's caliber, yes. Well, I do hope you bring back a lot of ducks.
Oh, we can't miss. We got the most unusual decoy.
I see.
Now, when we get out to the lake,
yeah,
Sammy the drummer has agreed to wade out into the water until just his head sticks out.
What kind of a decoy is that? Sammy's head doesn't have any feathers.
Well, I know. But the ducks will think it's an egg, and they'll fly down, and they'll sit on it.
Oh, I get it. Then while the duck is sitting on Sammy's head, you'll all start shooting.
Oh, not so loud, Jack. He doesn't know about that part of it.
Oh, good.
Well, we better get started, Jack. It's a long drive to the High Sierras.
High Sierras? Bob, you're heading in the wrong direction.
Well, I know, but we got to go down to City Dump and pick up Remley.
Oh, yes. Well, so long, Bob.
So long, Jack.
The day is starting to break. Well, I think I've walked enough. I'm getting a little tired, too. I better head for home.
Mr. Benny, shall I? Look at him lying there on the couch, fast asleep. There's nothing in the room to cover him up with. I don't want him to catch cold. Maybe I better take it off his head and put it on his chest. No, I'll just get a blanket out of it. Coming!
Oh, good morning, Rochester.
Oh, good morning, Miss Livingston. Come on in.
Rochester, did you know that at 20 minutes to 5 this morning, Mr. Benny called me and asked me to go out for a walk?
He did? Who does he think he is, Bernard McFadden?
He will be in about 4 more years. Where's Mr. Benny now?
He's asleep on the couch in the living room.
Well, I'm going in there and wake him up. Come on. Jack, wake up.
Miss Livingston, why don't you pat his cheek?
Yeah. Oh, Jack. Jack.
What is it, Marilyn? Huh? What's everybody talking? Oh, it's you, Mary. What are you doing over here?
What am I doing over here? Yesterday you asked me to go with you to buy some new suits for your television shows. So come on, let's go.
But, Mary, I'm too tired.
Well, it's your own fault. Imagine getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to take a walk.
Well, don't blame me. Blame Hank, the all-night disc jockey.
Jack, I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is you made a date with me to go buy some new clothes. So put on your hat and come on.
Look, Mary, I'm too tired. Anyway, my car isn't running.
All right, we can take the bus right down to Hollywood.
The bus? Oh, all right.
You see, Jack? It only took 12 minutes to get down here. Now, where's the clothing store you go to?
Just around the corner. I don't know why we had to get on such a crowded bus. Had to stand all the way.
I know.
What are you laughing at?
You were so tired, instead of holding on to the strap, you just stuck your head through the loop and fell asleep.
What's funny about that?
At the next stop, a man got on, took one look at you dangling there and said, I know his last picture was bad, but somebody went too far.
Mary, he probably just said that for a gag.
Then why'd he cut you down?
I don't know. I'm too tired to argue with you. Here's the clothing store.
Oh, God.
Jack, stop yawning.
I can't help it. I'm so sleepy I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Well, this won't take long. Oh, here comes the salesman.
How do you do?
Oh, no.
Clerk, Mr. Benny wants to buy a new suit.
Well, whether he wants to or not, he should.
Look, mister, I'd like to get home. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning, and I'm...
Very well. I'm sure you'll like both our materials and price range.
The price range?
Yes, we have some beautiful suits at $28.75 and $29.50. Or would you prefer something cheaper?
I didn't come in here for anything cheap. I'll take the $29.50.
I'm proud of you, boy.
Mary, please. Look, mister, how can you possibly afford to sell suits at such low prices?
Oh, that's simple. You see, we have no costly fixtures.
Oh.
Hey, Charlie, pick up some of those suits off the floor and show them to Mr. Bert.
Never mind. I don't want those.
Very well. Hey, would you like to see something in a sport outfit?
A sport outfit?
Yes, that's when the coat and pants don't match.
Oh.
Now, if you're looking for a real bargain, I can show you a beautiful pair of sport pants.
Sport pants?
Yes, the legs don't match.
Mary, let's go home, will you? I'm tired.
Oh, Jack, don't be so stubborn. If they don't have a suit to fit you, maybe they can make one to order.
Hey, that's a brilliant idea. I'll go get some material.
Look, mister, while you're gone, do you mind if I lie down on these chairs?
Not at all.
Jack, if you lie down, they won't be able to measure you.
Oh, yes, we can. Our tailor used to work for Pierce Brothers.
I'll stand up.
Oh, I just happened to remember. Our tailor is off today. I'll have to fit you myself.
Well, for heaven's sake, get started.
Yeah, I will. Would you like me to measure your chest, or would you rather not know?
Look, now cut got to get some sleep. Let's go home.
Jack, if you don't buy a suit now, you'll never buy one.
Okay. I'll take that blue one.
But, Jack, it may not be your size.
I don't care what size it is. I want to get some sleep. Now, how much is it?
It's $29.50.
Okay. Here's the money. Come on, Mary. I want to get home.
Just a minute.
Huh?
We always like to check on our advertising. Did you come into our store because you saw our ad in the paper, or did you hear our program on the radio?
Radio?
Yes, we sponsor Hank, the all-night disc jockey.
Hank! The all-night? You...
You're choking him.
I don't care what I'm doing. Nobody's going to wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and get away with it.
Jack, please.
Jack will be back in just a minute.
Hello? Yeah, this is Mabel. Oh, hello, Gertrude. How are you? Yeah, I was going to call you. I got another letter from Sylvester from overseas, and you'll never guess what. Not in a million years. He's going to go to high school. Of course he's still in the Army. How can he still be in the Army and go to high school? Excuse me for saying it, Gertrude, but your ignorance is showing. He's taking USAFI courses, that's how. USAFI. USAFI. It stands for United States Armed Forces Institute. Yeah. No, Gertrude, you can't go there. It's only for people in uniform. I know you wear one at the welding plant, but you have to be in the armed forces. Now you understand? Good. Sylvester says he ain't made up his mind what he's going to take yet, but his I&E officer is going to help him. Huh? Well, after all, there's 340 different courses to pick from. What? He should learn English? Well, what's wrong with his English? Listen, Gertrude, let's not call the pot black. You ain't no walking thesaurus, you know. Besides, Sylvester talks English better than me and you put together. And when he finishes the USAFI course, I'll bet you Hennerins he graduates summer cum laude. Oh, I gotta disconnect you, Gertrude. My buzz is flashing. I'll let you know when I hear from Sylvester again. Yeah. Don't take any wooden nickels. Bye.
Are you comfortable, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Rochester.
You want another blanket?
No, I'm perfectly comfortable. And look, I want to get a good long sleep, so no phone calls, no disturbances of any kind.
Yes, sir. I hope you sleep well, boss.
Thank you. Oh, boy, that was a good sleep. 10 full hours. I really feel great. Well, what am I going to do now? It's 4 o'clock in the morning again. Well, I guess I'll just have to take another walk.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, and John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Clark. As usual, Jack Benny and all the gang will be back next week at this same time. See you then. Thanks. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, around the world, the Jack Benny program.
Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the star of our show, a man who for years has won the highest accolade of critics and public alike.
Oh, Don, please.
A man whose unique abilities have brought him to the pinnacle of success and whose... Oh, I can't read this stuff.
You'll read it and like it. Now, go ahead.
A man whose talent is exceeded only by his modesty. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't see why it should be so hard for you to say a few nice things about me. But I'm happy you managed to struggle through that introduction.
Well, Jack, the only reason I did was because I was afraid you'd fire me.
Don, I couldn't fire you.
Why not?
Because this happens to be National Save Your Fat Week. That's why.
Oh, come on now, Jack. There hasn't been a National Save Your Fat Week since 1944.
Don, Edward R. Murrow can be topical. I have to be funny. Anyway, you know what today is, don't you?
Yes, I do. It was exactly 20 years ago today that I agreed to go on your show.
Oh, gosh. Jack, have you and Don really been together that long?
We sure have, Bob. And right from the start, it was a wonderful association. No arguments, no bickering, no lawyers.
That's right, Bob. He just tattooed the contract on my stomach and let it go at that.
And every year, there's been room for new clauses. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Over here, boy. Hey, it's from Dennis.
Anything wrong?
Let me read it. Dear Mr. Benny, I may be a little late for the show today as I have to get my shoes shined and my car washed. I'm also eloping to Niagara Falls. Dennis eloping to Niagara Falls? What a crazy kid.
I didn't even know he had a girl.
Out of a clear blue sky, Dennis elopes. Couldn't get married like everyone else, with a ceremony and guests and a nice violin solo. Oh, well, if Dennis...
Pardon me, Mr. Benny.
Are you still here?
Well, I hate to mention it, but when one delivers a telegram, it's customary for one to get a tip.
Oh, of course. Now, how much do you usually get?
Well, that's up to you. I wouldn't want to influence you in any way.
Well, let's see.
Do you mind if I use your phone a minute?
No, go ahead.
Hey, hello, Martha. This is Hyman. Hey, how's Grandma? Oh, not any better, huh? Oh, what can we do? We can't afford medicine for the baby either. But, Mark, if we spend that money on medicine, we won't be able to buy any food. Huh? The landlord was over? What'd he say? He's only going to give us 2 more days. Well, I'll try to see what I can do, Martha. Keep up your courage. Bye.
Control yourself. Here, I've got a tip for you.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Wright. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
For a lousy dime, I just wasted a routine I could have used on Strike at Ritz.
Look, that's all the change I have for a tip. Anyway, I'm doing a radio program now, so why don't you wait?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, what are you doing here? I thought you were eloping.
Oh, that's all off.
All off? What happened?
Well, this morning I was about to propose to the girl, and I really saw her for the first time.
You mean...
She's got long, stringy hair, beady eyes, bad complexion, a mean face, and she's as big as a horse.
Gee, she sounds like a mess.
Yeah, boy, am I glad she turned me down.
She turned you down?
Oh, I don't care. I'll marry her twin sister.
Oh, fine.
You should see her twin sister. She's got a figure like Marilyn Monroe, legs like Betty Grable, hair like Rita Hayworth, and a face like Ava Gardner.
Dennis, if the other girl's so ugly, how could her twin sister be so beautiful?
You and Ed Murrow can be technical. I have to be funny.
Sing your song, will you?
Ci va a suonare, chi si suona un friscaletto, e come si suona un friscaletto tipiti tipiti ta. E compari, ci va a suonare, chi si suona un saxofona, ma come si suona un saxofona, tu saxofon. Un friscaletto tipiti tipiti ta. E compari, ci va a suonare, chi si suona un violino, ma come si suona un violino? A ting un violino, tu saxofon, un friscaletto tipiti tipiti ta. E compari, ci va a suonare, chi si suona alla trombetta, ma come si suona alla trombetta? Pa la trombetta, ting un violin, tu saxofon, un friscaletto, tipiti tipiti ta. E compari, ci va a suonare, chi si suona alla trombona, ma come si suona alla trombona? A fum alla trombona, pa alla trombetta, ting un violin, tu saxofon, un friscaletto, tipiti tipiti ta. Tipiti tipiti, tipiti tipiti ta.
Dennis, that was wonderful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to do our version of Universal International's classic of the gridiron, All American.
Hey, isn't that the one where Tony Curtis stars as the football hero?
That's right. In fact, tonight I'm playing his role.
Oh, but Jack, Tony Curtis is so young. How can you even think of taking the part he played?
Look, there's no sense in arguing because I'm going to play the Tony Curtis part, and nobody can stop me.
I can.
Who are you?
Tony Curtis.
Well, Tony Curtis, this is a surprise.
Well, Jack, I was at the studio when I heard about you doing the sketch tonight, so I thought I'd get down here as fast as I could.
Oh.
Jack, you really don't intend to take the part I played in the picture, do you?
Well, of course I do.
Well, don't you think it's a little ridiculous?
Well, what's so ridiculous about it?
Jack, the picture happens to be all American, not early American.
Look, Tony, I don't understand your attitude at all. It so happens that the producer of your picture, Aaron Rosenberg, is a very good friend of mine. If you don't let me play the part, you'll have to go back to the studio and face him. I mean, how would you explain it to him? I mean, what would you tell him?
Him drove me down here.
Well, look, Tony. play the part unless you have a strenuous objection.
Well, I do. I think you're playing the part of a college boy is incongruous.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell... Hey, Bob. Bob, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Jack?
What does incongruous mean? Huh?
Well, I'm not sure. Oh, Remley!
Never mind! Remley, a fine fellow to ask. His dictionary consists of Scotch, bourbon, black and white, Hagen, hay. Now, look, Tony.
I'll tell you what incongruous means. It means inappropriate, unbecoming, not harmonious in character, inconsonant or inconsistent.
Oh.
Well, I still don't understand it.
The meaning of incongruous?
Oh, how one twin can be so beautiful and the other one so ugly.
Dennis, we're not talking about that.
Well, I don't understand incongruous either.
Look, Dennis, explain it to him, Tony.
All right, I'll make it simple, Dennis. Incongruous means something that doesn't fit.
Certainly, something that doesn't fit. Now, Tony, you just sit down in the studio and watch me play your part. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
Take it down.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our version of that thrilling Universal International picture, All American. The saga of college life on the gridiron. Curtain, music. This is the story of a poor boy who, because of his talent on the football field, was able to go to college, rise to the top, and become an All-American.
My name is Nick. Nick Bonner Krasinska Vishalakovsky. In my first year at Mid-State University, I was the star quarterback. I'll never forget that crucial game for the championship. I caught the opening kickoff and ran it back for a touchdown. The crowd went wild. The rooting section stood up and began to cheer for me.
Bonner Krasinska Vishalakovsky. Bonner Krasinska Vishalakovsky.
Oh, here's your card. Now tell me, what is your height?
5'11".
Your weight?
173.
Color of your eyes? Oh, they're blue, aren't they?
Bluer than the toes of a barefooted field goal kicker.
Well, that's all the questions. And, just a second. You're here on a football scholarship, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, in that case, you will be provided with tuition, room, and board, and you'll be given $100 a month to spend.
Do I have to spend it? thank you.
Now, of course, you and all the other football players will have to earn that money.
I understand. What will my job be?
Well, in the dean's office, there's an 8-day clock.
And I'm supposed to wind it?
No, the fullback winds it. Your job is to see that he does.
Under the burden of this assignment, I began my first year at Sheridan. I'll never forget the day I met our famous football coach. I remember how he walked into the dressing room and said,
All right, you men, I want all the linemen to go out and practice tackling. The ends brush up on pass receiving. Halfbacks will put in 2 hours each bucking the line. The fullbacks will spend the whole day trying to kick field goals. And you're playing quarter, aren't you?
Yes, sir. What shall I do?
Scratch my back.
This was a thrilling moment for me. At last, I had met that great coach, Itchy Day. I stood there, scratching his back. He looked at me and yelled,
Do it again! Do it again! Harder! Harder! Do it again! Do it again! Harder! Harder!
Now, wait a minute, Coach. I don't want to do this. I'm an All-American at Mid-State.
Well, you're at Sheridan now, and everybody starts from scratch. And another thing, we observe strict training here.
Yes, sir.
That means no parties, no dancing, and no dates with girls. And you'll take all your meals at the training table. You have to be in bed by 9, up at 6, and we practice 7 days a week.
But what do we do for fun here at Sheridan?
On Tuesday night, you play Scrabble with naughty words.
Yes, Coach Day was a strict disciplinarian. And when it came to football, he was a perfectionist. We had a good team, but the players weren't very bright. So Coach Day had little radios installed in our helmets, so we could listen to the broadcast of the game and find out who had the ball. One day I tuned in the wrong station and tackled John's other wife. After starring in 3 straight games, I was the toast of the campus. But I found out that Sheridan was different than Mid-State. These students were snobs, and my roommate, Robert Carter, was the biggest snob of all. He was always nagging me.
Hey, Benelli.
What is it, Robert?
How many times have I told you? When you store things in the closet, keep your mothballs away from mine.
But how can you tell the difference?
Mine are monogrammed.
Oh, Robert, why can't we be friends?
I don't like riffraff.
But, Robert, I'm so popular on the campus. All the fraternities are begging me to join.
Well, mine is the riskiest one, and I'm sure that you won't get in.
Why not?
Because I'm the only member.
But Robert set me straight on one thing.
Benelli, you don't fit in here. If you didn't play football, nobody at Sheridan would even talk to you.
Oh, yeah? They'd still like me for myself.
Well, what makes you think so?
I'll tell you why. Because I've got a winning personality. Muscles of steel that the fellows admire and respect. And the kind of youth and good looks that make girls swoon.
That door slam wasn't Robert. It was Tony Curtis leaving the studio. But I decided to find out if Robert was right. The next day I turned in my uniform, and overnight I became the most unpopular person on the campus. A few weeks later at the dance, before the big game, I sat for hours in a corner by myself. Nobody came within 5 feet of me. I was beginning to think good housekeeping might have been wrong. It was then that I saw her.
Hello, handsome.
She was beautiful, and I had a hunch she was popular, too. She was wearing 164 fraternity pins. No dress, just fraternity. She smiled and came jingling towards me. Before I knew it, we were dancing together.
What's your name?
Viola Ward.
I'm Nick Benelli.
I know. Gee, Nick, dancing with you is different than dancing with the other college fellows.
It is?
Yes. They don't even know the minuet.
Gee, Viola, you're beautiful. Will you marry me?
I might if you changed your mind and played football again.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I wouldn't play football for anything.
Not even if I kissed you like this?
No.
Like this?
No.
Or even like this?
Decided to play football after the first kiss, but I wasn't foolish enough to tell her. I rushed to the stadium and slipped into my good old uniform. As I ran out into the field, the crowd went wild. B-O-N-N-A.
I changed it!
My favorite play, but it was stopped cold. The opposing team had the biggest line in football. His name was Don Wilson. Once I ran around his end and was out of bounds by 10 yards. Time was running out, but I kept cool. I knew our chance would come. Then with seconds left to play, I intercepted a pass. And as I weaved down the field, suddenly everything went black. I couldn't see a thing. My helmet had slipped down over my eyes. It didn't fit. In other words, it was incongruous. I threw off my helmet and cut to the left. I picked to the right. I zigzagged. Suddenly, I thought of Viola. And I found myself doing the minuet on the 20-yard line. As I started running again, I realized there was only one man between me and the goal line. But I couldn't get by him. Then I noticed he wasn't even wearing a football uniform. And I hollered at him.
Why don't you let me get by? I'm still waiting for my tip.
But I didn't give him the tip. Why should I? After all, it was Tony Curtis, and not I, who was the All-American.
I'd like to say a few words to you servicemen and women who are bed patients in Army, Navy, or Air Force hospitals. There's a good way and a profitable one you can spend your time while you're recuperating, and that's by enrolling for a USAFI course. Not only can you take one of more than 340 courses offered by USAFI, but the Institute has also prepared a list of some 40 educational manuals covering a variety of subjects, from the mechanics of English and a study of our American government to the management of a poultry farm and the running of a variety store. You'll find any one of the 40 microfilms interesting and of great value to your future. Contact the officer in charge for information or write USAFI, Madison 3, Wisconsin. For a uniform education, study with USAFI.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Tony Curtis, who appeared tonight through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures and will soon be seen in his latest picture, Forbidden. Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, and John Packerville, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. Don Wilson speaking. Good night. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. The friendship between Phil and Frankie has defied the wear and tear of time. But tonight, a most unexpected turn of events puts that friendship to a severe test. More about that later, but first a word from RCA Victor. There's one big reason why you should buy RCA Victor television. It's simply this. RCA Victor television is the best. An RCA Victor superset, like the Colbys table model, for example, is the best you can buy. And the reason for that is easy to explain, too. The pictures you get on the Colbys 17-inch picture tube are clearer, brighter, and steadier. The Colby brings you television with picture power. You get the best reception possible, even in difficult reception areas. Yet you can buy the Colby now at the wonderful low price of only $229.95. And remember, all RCA Victor prices are complete. There are no extras to pay. The price includes federal tax, full-year warranty on the picture tube, and no extra charge for mahogany finishes. So buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service. It's television's greatest combination. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Phil had decided to take Alice and Frankie to Las Vegas for the weekend. However, Alice has talked Phil out of taking Frankie along.
Say, Phil, did you call Frankie and tell him you changed your mind and he's not going with us?
No, honey, I didn't call him yet. I tried to call him yesterday, but he wasn't at home. Oh. His butler told me he was dining at the club.
Oh, I see. Hold it, Buster. What butler?
Well, he's not exactly a butler. He's the janitor at the municipal lodging house.
Oh, Frankie's townhouse. Now, what's this routine, Phil, about Frankie's club?
That's no routine. Every Sunday, Remley dines at the Salvation Army soup kitchen.
Will you go in and call him right now? Or are you afraid to tell him?
Am I afraid to tell him? I ain't afraid to tell nobody nothing. That's no big problem. Remley will understand. He's not the kind of a guy that would mind. He's not going to... come in.
Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Remley. Glad you came over, kid. About Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm all packed and I put my bags in your car.
Frankie,
we're going to have a wonderful time. But remember, we're going in your car and I insist we share traveling expenses 3 ways. You buy the oil, Alice will take care of the gas, and I'll pay for the air and the tires. Oh, the 3 of us will have a gay time.
Frankie.
Ma'am?
There's been a change in plans. Only 2 are going.
Oh, gee, Alice, that's wonderful of you, letting me and Curly go to Vegas alone. Come on, Curly, let's get started.
Okay, Frankie, my bags are all packed. So long, Alice. Don't do any heavy lifting while I'm gone.
Now you come back here.
I thought I'd try. Look, Remley, I've got an unpleasant duty to perform. Alice has decided not to take you to Las Vegas.
Why not?
Well, if you must know, I want to be alone with the man I love.
She's not taking you either, huh, Curly?
Hey, Phil, you're the one that's not going.
Curly, you can't let her do this to me. I'm all ready to leave. I got my bags packed, and I've been looking forward to spending time at the gambling tables at the Last Frontier. On the way over, I stopped at the bank and got this big roll. Look.
Hey, look at that roll. 50 pennies.
Not only that, I went out and bought special gaming equipment, and now I can't go.
Well, I'm sorry, Remley. What special equipment?
A roulette wheel magnet. Jackpot Jimmy. And some lead weights for loose dice.
Oh, aren't you taking your stocking mask and gun?
Please, I'm not a bandit. In
just a crooked gambler. Curly, why don't you force Alice to take me?
How can I force her?
Beat up on her, and while she's unconscious, we'll skip.
All right, will you stop with all that? If I have to choose between you and my wife, I'm going with my wife. I mean, you understand that, don't you?
Yes. I understand all too well. I never wanted to say this, Curly, but for quite some time now, I've had a feeling that Alice is replacing me in your affection.
How can you say that? Just because I married Alice instead of you doesn't mean anything. Frankie, you're taking a very unreasonable attitude.
Unreasonable, he said. This isn't just a thing that's happened suddenly. This is something you've been building up to for years. You never did like me, did you?
What are you talking about?
Don't feign innocence. Now I see through all those nasty little things you've done to me for the last 25 years.
What nasty things?
Things like feeding me at your house, buying my clothes, paying me as a guitarist when you know I can't play a note. The whole thing was just a plot to undermine my initiative. You just wanted to make me dependent upon you. And now that I am, I want you to know one thing.
What?
I ain't going to give it up. And another thing, that vacation of mine that you paid for last summer. Why'd you do that? Why? Why?
Because the doctor said you needed the cure.
For 2 whole weeks I had to go without a drink, you curly-headed Terry Nation, you.
I think you're nothing but an ingrate.
Well, that's the way you feel about me. You don't have to see me anymore, Mr. Harris.
That suits me fine, Mr. Remley. You can go any time you want.
I'm leaving right now. But before I go, I want you to know something. I hate you. I hate your wife. I hate your children. And if I see your dog, I'll kick him. Goodbye.
Au revoir.
You'll never see me in this house again.
Good riddance.
Phil, did he say he's never coming to our house again?
That's what he said.
Glorioski! Now we can live like human beings again. Oh, gosh, we could take the booby trap off our liquor cabinet, and gosh,
all right. Well, I'm glad he's gone.
Glad? I'm ecstatic. Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Alice.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
Alice.
Alice.
Oh. That's not the song you rehearsed.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll do the one I did rehearse.
Please.
Okay? All right.
Why don't we go walking tonight while the moon is shining? The lovely light you can tell at a glance. It's a night for romance.
The night is long, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. I understand the reason why you're sentimental, 'cause so am I. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is. Romance you can hear, dear Mother Nature murmuring low. Let yourself go, so please be sweet, my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's dilemma, it's deluxe, it's lovely.
It's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, and the night is young, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. I understand the reason why. It's sentimental, 'cause so am I.
It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear dear Mother Nature murmuring low.
Let yourself go, so please be sweet,
my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, it's delicious, delectable, delirious. It's the limit, it's the limit, it's deluxe, it's the lovely.
Well, Phil, now that you've broken with Frankie, don't you feel better?
Yeah, I certainly do. Yeah. I'm glad I broke up with him. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. I'll never have to see him again. Oh, Alice, I'm so unhappy. I'm so lonesome. I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop acting like a baby. Just because... Phil... What are those things you've got there? What's that bundle of papers you're pressing to your heart?
Little mementos that Frankie's given me over a period of years.
Well, I'll be darned. He's got them tied with a blue ribbon yet. What are they?
IOUs. Hey, honey, look at all these presents he's given me. Last Christmas, he gave me this beautiful warp pool cue. And then for Thanksgiving, he gave me this lovely turkey bladder. Oh. He said that was for my debut in television.
Oh, Phil, why torture yourself?
Hey, honey, here's the thing that I treasure most. Frankie gave me this in 1943. It was something that was sent to him, but as soon as he got it, he rushed right over and gave it to me, and he said, Curly, I'd rather you have this than me.
What is it?
His draft notice.
He certainly has been good to you, Phil. Look, honey, if you feel so upset about splitting up with Frankie, why don't you go over and make up with him?
Not in a million years. He's nothing but an ungrateful, no-good, low-down moocher, and I'm going to tell everybody what he's really like.
Now, Phil, that isn't nice. And besides, it's not like you. You shouldn't blacken Frankie's character just because you had a fight. He wouldn't do that to you. There's one thing I can say about Frankie. He's not the least bit vindictive.
Here you are, folks. Read all about it. Get your copy of the Phil Harris expose. Buy this booklet fresh off the press. Read the shocking true story of this despicable monster. It'll make you shudder when you...
Mr. Ridley, what are you selling?
Beat it, kid. This is for adults only.
What's them booklets about?
Julius, in this book you'll find some of the most sordid, gory, and nauseating details ever printed.
Oh, it's the story of your life, huh?
No, it's the complete, uncensored story of Phil Harris's life.
You're allowed to sell this in broad daylight? Are the facts in this booklet really true?
Of course they are. These are the true confessions of Mr. Harris as told to me in the strictest confidence. I wrote down every word just as he said it. Look at this chapter. My early days as a peeping Tom. Yeah, this one's a beaut. My start as a pyromaniac, or how to rub two sticks together to start a fire in an old lady's home.
That's him, all right.
Yeah, that's just about his early life. There are a few chapters on his present activities, too. Here's a choice one. How I trained my wife to be the head of the alien smuggling racket.
Mr. Ridley, I don't believe these things about Mr. Harris. They're all a pack of lies, ain't they?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with it?
Why are you doing this to Mr. Harris? He's your friend.
He used to be. We are no longer on speaking terms.
You mean he's his fisted?
Yep.
Oh, that's terrible. When you guys separated, this town ain't going to seem the same.
What do you mean?
We'll miss the familiar sight of you two walking home at night leaning against each other. It always amazed me the way you two synchronized your staggering.
Yeah. We were a well-matched team, weren't we? Now, what's the use? I miss Curly. We're like brothers. Hey, look, kid, do me a favor. I want you to go over and tell Curly I want to be friends with him again.
Go Don't tell him yourself.
Well, I would, but I can't do it myself. After all, I'm proud.
Of what?
I mean, I got my pride.
It don't show, believe me.
Now, please, look. Just go over and tell Curly I think he's a sweet guy, a wonderful person. I'm sorry I've ever done anything to hurt him.
All right, I'll tell him.
Oh, that's sweet of you, kid. I realize Curly and I have been nasty to you at times, but...
Say no more. That's in the past. I've already forgotten the time you two guys threw me in the cement mixer. Or the time you tried to blow me up in the oven. Or that occasion when you did your best to drown me in the kitchen. Them things just roll off my back like glue. One thing about me, I ain't vindictive.
Hey, Julius, you mean that you have a message for me from Mr. Remley?
Yeah, he said he's sorry the whole thing happened. He wants to be your friend again because he likes you.
He said that?
Yeah. He said he thinks more of you than any other gigolo who lives off his wife's...
He called me a gigolo? Well, that's a nasty thing to say.
This gets nastier as it goes along. But he says he's sorry for the way he acted and he's willing to arrange a truce with you.
He is? Well, if he's sorry, tell him I'm willing to sign a truce with him.
Not so fast. He has a few stipulations.
What stipulations?
You got to deposit $10,000 to his account, divorce your wife, sell your 2 kids, and turn your band over to him.
What? Of all the nerve, expecting me to turn my band over to him.
Selling your 2 kids don't bother you, huh? And you don't mind divorcing your wife?
My band I've had for 20 years. Alice is comparatively new. I say new. Look, Julius, you go back and tell Mr. Remley that if I ever meet him on the street, I'm going to punch...
Phil, what are you yelling about? What's wrong?
Oh, it's Remley. He's going around calling me names and saying nasty things about me. Well, he just don't care about me anymore.
Oh, Phil, you and Frankie are acting like children. I guarantee if anything were to happen to you, he'd be the first one over here to offer his help.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Well, I'll prove it. If you were to pretend something happened to you...
Like what?
Well, like breaking your leg. I'm sure he'd come right over.
Well, I doubt it, but it's worth a try. All right, you go get Remley over here, and I'll pretend my leg is broken.
Good. I'll go call Frankie and tell him about your leg.
Now, wait a minute, Alice. Wait, hold it a minute. Wait. Remley's a peculiar guy. He may not want to spend the car fare just for a broken leg. We got to make it serious. Look, tell him, I'll tell you what you tell him. You tell him that I contracted a rare disease and I'm dying.
Well, that's going a little far, but if it'll bring you two together, I'll do it. I'll be right back, honey.
Gee, and Remley and I might get together again. Oh, boy. Well, I'm so happy I don't know what to do.
Why don't you sing? That'll make it realistic.
What do you mean?
Well, you're supposed to be dying. You might as well sound like it. Go ahead.
You get a line and I'll get a pole, honey. You get a line and I'll get a pole, babe. You get a line and I'll get a pole, and we'll go down to the crawdad hole, honey, baby mine. Yonder come a man with a sack on his back, honey. Yonder come a man with a sack on his back, babe. Yonder come a man with a sack on his back, got more crawdads than he can pack, honey, baby mine. That man fell down and busted his sack, honey. That man fell down and busted his sack, babe. That man fell down and busted his sack. Just watch him crawdads back and back, honey, baby mine. I sell my crawdads 3 for a dime, honey. Sell my crawdads 3 for a dime, babe. sell my crawdads 3 for a dime. Ain't no crawdads as good as mine, honey. Baby mine. What are you gonna do when you lose your pole, honey? What are you gonna do when you lose your pole, babe? What are you gonna do when you lose your pole? Just sit and look down that crawdad hole, honey, baby mine. What are you gonna do when the creek runs dry, honey? What are you gonna do when the creek runs dry, babe? What are you gonna do when the creek runs dry? Just sit and watch them crawdads die, honey, baby mine. Well, get up, Kate, you slept too late, honey. Oh, get up, Kate, you slept too late, babe. Now, get up, Kate, you slept too late. That crawdad man done passed your gate, honey. Baby mine. Well, Julius, how'd you like my song?
Not being a crawdad, I couldn't say.
Hey, Phil, I was right. I called Frankie and told him, and he said he was coming right over, and you shouldn't die until he gets here.
Good old Frankie. I might have known that he wouldn't let me down. He's a good boy, old Frankie.
You bet. I told you he'd come through. Now, here, look, lie down on the couch and look like you're dying. I'll put a little powder on your face and make you look real pale. Julius, you better run along.
Okay. I gotta keep them 2 guys apart. If they ever get together again, their little life will be shortened by about 20 years. I feel like a rat doing this, but it's a question of survival. I gotta get to Mr. Emily before he...
Hello, Julius. Tell me, kid, am I on time? How's my pal Curly?
He's pretty bad. I wouldn't go in if I was you. He's a gory sight to behold.
Gory? Alice told me he had a jungle disease.
That's just it. One of his pink elephants stepped on him.
Oh, why didn't he listen to me and have his trained like I did? Now, one side. If my pal's dying, I gotta go see him.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Huh?
There ain't nothing wrong with him. He's just putting on an act to get your sympathy and make you come crawling back to him.
So that's it. Well, 2 can play at that game. I can die just as well as he can. I'll go and teach him a lesson. Thanks, kid.
That's all right. Anything to help you guys.
Oh, Frankie. Frankie, you're just in time. Go inside and see him.
All right. I'll try to drag my pain-racked body in there.
Phil, Frankie is here.
Oh. Hello, Frankie.
Hello, Curly.
Frankie, I got awful news for you. I'm dying.
So am I.
My doctor's given me 24 hours to live.
My doctor only gave me an hour.
I must have a better doctor. Of course, the doctor said I could go within 10 minutes.
I could go in 5.
I'm going now. I'm going. Frankie, say something.
I can't. I just went.
Now, wait a minute. You can't die before me.
Why can't I? Why do you always have to be first?
Because I'm the leader.
All right. If you want to die first, go ahead. But hurry it up. I ain't got all day.
Frankie, how can you be so callous at a time like this?
What?
Your very best friend is about to pass on to the happy hunting grounds, to that place in the great beyond from whence there is no return. He is outward bound to greener pastures, leaving me alone.
How do you like that? I'm dying and she's trying for an Academy Award. Betty, will you get down? Frankie, you listen to me, pal. I'm going, but I have one thing to say before I... Oops, it's too late. I feel myself slipping away. Here I go. Goodbye, Frankie. Goodbye, Alice. Shake hands with the kids and kiss the maid goodbye for me. Farewell.
Oh, Frankie. Frankie, he's gone.
Yeah. My best pal is gone. Alice, words fail me, but there's one thing that I want to say to you, his widow.
What's that, Frankie?
Alice, will you marry me? Pack up your money in my old...
Hold it!
You back?
Yes, I'm back. This is the last straw, Remley. This proves you don't care for me at all. I was only pretending I was dying to get your reaction.
Shirley, I knew you were pretending. Julius told me. I was only pretending, too.
You mean you were kidding me all the time?
Sure.
Hey, it's good to have you back again, pal.
Good to be back, chum. Let's not ever be this silly again.
No. Let's act like grown-ups from now on. Yeah. Hey, Ram. How'd you like that deathbed scene I did?
That was fair.
What do you mean fair? It was great. It was better than yours.
It was not.
Fellas.
Look, when I was breathing my last, did you ever hear such a realistic gurgle?
Realistic? I heard better gurgles out of a cheap bottle of wine.
Look, don't make fun of my gurgle. I'll punch you right in the nose.
Now, I'd like to see you try
I'll be glad to. Just step outside. I know whether I got a good
Are you
gurgle. Now, what do you
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. It's something new and something different. An album of records you'll want to own, to play again and again. The title is Ezio Pinza in Opera, Broadway, and Hollywood. And it's a great new RCA Victor album release. Ezio Pinza is represented in a triple light, an all-round versatile artist of opera, screen, and Broadway shows. As you would expect, he sings beautifully selections from Marriage of Figaro and The Barber of Seville, and songs like So in Love from Broadway's Kiss Me Kate, and The Way You Look Tonight from the movie Swing Time. And yet there are more songs from opera, Broadway, and Hollywood, all wrapped up in this one RCA Victor album, all sung by the magnificent Ezio Pinza. So stop in at your nearest record dealers tomorrow and get your album copy of Ezio Pinza in opera, Broadway, and Hollywood. It's unforgettable music, superbly sung by Ezio Pinza and recorded by RCA Victor.
Folks, this is Phil again. Our hearts go out to those in need. We hurry to answer a neighbor's call. We help a stranger at our door. But how can we answer a need hundreds of miles away? Well, we can when we answer the call of our Red Cross. The Red Cross means trained, capable people on the scene when need is greatest. So give from your heart when the Red Cross calls on you this month. Will you do that for us? Good night and thanks.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Barbara Stanwyck and Richard Widmark on NBC.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a successful bank robbery, including the astounding history of the unhappy man who perpetrated the crime. It's called The Face is Familiar. Our star, in his first dramatic appearance of the season, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the world-famous Autolite family. Tonight, we announce the $100,000 Autolite family charity drawing. During the next 11 weeks, all of you 18 years of age or over can take part in this greatest of all charitable events. And here's how. Just visit the showroom of any Autolite family car dealer and sign your name and address on the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. That's all. Nothing else to do. No need to buy a thing. And yet, you may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will receive a total of $100,000 in cash on the 1st of June. Think of it, thousands of dollars in cash to be given to your favorite recognized charity or charities if you are one of the favorite persons. So go tonight, go tomorrow to Autolite family car dealers and sign your name and address to the registration form he gives you. Later on, I'll tell you the names of the Autolite family car dealers who are participating in this great Autolite family charity event.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Face is Familiar, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
I still can't understand why they picked me, of all people. Me, of all people. That's why it's so hard to believe. That it all happened, I mean. But it did. It really did. Just because I like to go to the railroad station. Walk around, look at the trains, study faces. I never forget a face. I never forget a train, either. But it's easier to forget a face. For a matter of fact, I remember some faces that would be a lot better for me to forget. Like Harry Edmonds' face, for instance. That's the day it all started. The day I saw Harry Edmond way across on the other side of the terminal. At the station. He was talking to a big fellow. Harry's face I remembered right away. I never saw the big fellow before.
Better get going, Harry.
But you can't pull off the job.
I stuck up a bank before.
Yeah, sure, and they'd spot you the minute you walked in.
I know you, too. This is your hometown.
Oh, sure. Neither one of us is right.
Let the boss decide. Come on.
I thought about it on the train down. We need somebody new.
We're not splitting this take with anybody else. It goes three ways now.
Look, if we have to, we have to. And if we wait too long, we got to let the whole thing go until next month.
Then we wait.
Not for me. This town is too hot for me. Somebody is liable to recognize me.
Yo-ho, Harry! Harry Edmond!
Who's that?
Where?
Over there, some guy calling you.
Harry Edmond, you old son of a gun.
Rush this guy.
Well. Good old Harry Edmond.
You got me mixed up with somebody else, mister.
No, I haven't. I know who you are.
Yeah?
Harry Edmond. You used to live on 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
What city?
This city. Here. Don't you remember me, Harry?
Can't say as I do, so long.
Harry! Oh, Harry Edmond! Harry! Hey, Harry. No kidding. You remember me, don't you? Seriously, Harry. You remember Pinky Smith? He had a wart on his finger. And Alan Davenport. He had a birthmark on his neck. Well, I'm Tom Jones. I have nothing. I'm clean.
Brush him, get rid of him.
No, wait. I think we got our answer.
Huh?
I think we got the engine pay to handle some of our bank business.
Harry, try to remember. Go ahead now. Try to remember.
Yeah, 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I used to live around there somewhere, but I still can't...
Let me give you a hint.
Go ahead.
Remember Gordon's candy store on the corner? And remember the great bunch of guys who used to hang out there?
Yeah.
And remember those pesky kids who used to tag along, nagging, saying, "Let us in. Can we come too?" Always pesting. Always trying to horn in. But one of them was me, Tom Jones. Remember me now, Harry?
What'd you say your name was again?
Jones. Tom Jones.
The name sounds very familiar.
We grew up together.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing these days?
Oh, a little bit of everything. And you?
Banking.
Oh, money, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice field. Well, I gotta go look at the people. It was good talking over old times with you, Harry.
Hey, come on.
No, wait a minute. Look, you mind waiting a minute? What's your name again?
Tom Jones. Remember?
Oh, yeah, Tom. Yeah, well, wait a minute. Huh?
Well, I'm kind of busy. Lots of appointments this afternoon.
Oh, I'd like talking over old times with you, Tom. Maybe we could have a drink and dinner.
Well.
On me.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Good, except that Joe has an appointment here. Joe, couldn't you break it? Wait here a second.
Tom Jones.
Tom, yeah. Joe, come here. Let me talk to you a second.
What?
Now I know I got the answer. I know I found the pigeon who's going to do it for us.
Let the boss figure that out.
I tell you, I got it figured. Look at that guy.
Yeah?
He is it.
Him? He don't look like nothing.
Right, he's nothing. Isn't that what we want? Nobody that anybody ever saw before. Nobody that anybody would ever think of looking at twice.
Job's ready.
And if we don't pull it this afternoon, we lose another whole month, so come on. Oh, Joe can make it. He is going to join us. Joe, I forgot to introduce you. Have you met,
It's Jones, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones, yeah. Well, Tom, meet Joe, and don't get sore. He's a kid I grew up with, Joe. We're going to have a great time talking over old times, you know, 2nd Avenue. That's right, and your name is Tom Jones.
Yeah. I must admit it is a difficult name to remember because it's so common. Don't you think so?
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
Well, it'll certainly be nice talking over old times.
Oh, yeah, I haven't talked over old times in a long time.
Well. Harry Edmonds.
Yes, sir, and good old,
Tom,
yeah. Better get started.
Where to?
I want you to meet another old friend of mine.
Harry must have been doing very well. Very well. I mean, for a man in the money game. He had a brand new sedan with real leather upholstery. I know it was real leather because that used to be my game. Leather upholstery. Not much money in it, at least not for me. But I didn't let Harry know that. No, sir. What if he ran into another old friend from 2nd Avenue and the other old friend said, "How's old Tom Jones doing?" And Harry said, "Not very well. Not very well at all." Well, that can hurt a man once it gets around.
And then what happened?
Well, when I came back to the main office, I said I want 40% commission from now on.
Really?
But, of course, that would have made me a partner, the boss said. After all, Harry, I'm not the kind of a guy who can be cooped up in an office. I've been a road man. The lure of the open road.
Oh, yeah.
The call of the open streets. See, I'm an outdoor type of salesman. Something of the pioneer kind, you know? Pioneer?
Yeah, pioneer. Yeah.
You see, there are those salesmen who are made for offices and those of us who get out and break the plains, so to speak.
Tom, you surprise me.
Oh, I could keep going for hours, Harry. Literally hours.
Yeah, well, why don't you hold on to some of it till we have dinner?
Oh, sure. Say, I bet you never expected that pesky little kid who always used to hang around to get so big in his field.
Oh, I certainly did. We could sure use somebody like you in our outfit, Tom.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now, that's very flattering, but I'm not sure it's right for me. I
bet I could get you, I don't know, maybe $10,000 a year to start with.
$10,000 a year, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I'd sure like to think about it.
Well, you talk to my boss. Maybe he can convince you.
I'm willing to listen, Harry. I'm willing to listen, all right. the business Harry was in was mighty successful, if the home of his boss was any indication. A beautiful big yellow house with a lovely green front door, and you could tell it was the home of a man who had worked his way up and knew what to do with what he had. Inside it was very homey. 2 fireplaces in the living room that looked like they were burning. A beautiful plaid carpet that must have been a real Oriental, and they wanted me in the business. Me, Tom Jones, of all people.
Brandy, Mr. Jones?
No, thanks. Thanks. Spoil my dinner.
Cigar?
Well...
All clear Havana?
Oh, I can see that. I can always tell a good cigar just by looking at it. I know cigars, and faces, trays.
You're a very well-informed man, Mr. Jones.
Well, you're kind of unusual yourself.
Why?
You remember my name.
Don't most people?
Most people don't even recognize me. People I've known for years.
Is that so?
Now, don't get me wrong. It's an asset in my business. The people who tell me no when I try to sell them something say, come back next year. But I come back next week, and they don't even remember I was in the first time. Believe me, a face like mine doesn't come along every day.
I like you, Tom. Mind if I call you Tom?
Certainly not, Mr.
Just call me Boss. Everybody calls me that, especially people I like, and I like you.
I like you, too, Boss.
Then you're interested in coming into the organization?
Oh, I might give it a whirl. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't want it any other way. A trial for both of us.
And the pay Harry mentioned?
Oh, I told him a starting salary, boy.
Now, let's talk about that at dinner. Come on, we'd better get started.
Isn't 2:45 in the afternoon a little early for dinner?
We have a few errands to do. Excuse us just a minute?
Oh, of course, sure.
You like the idea?
Perfect. Nobody'll ever remember him. I couldn't even describe to you what he looks like. Where's the satchel?
Right here, boys.
I thought you put the note inside.
Well, we wanted you to okay it first. Here, read it.
You are being covered by a gun from 2 different places in this bank. Do not send an alarm or you will be killed. Put $50,000 in the satchel. That's it, on a note.
How will you get him to take it in?
I always come up with the answer, don't I?
Yeah, sure, boss.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, we talked it over, and the boss likes you a lot.
For the last time, it's Jones. Tom Jones.
Yeah, well, I was only kidding, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
We better get started.
Where to first?
To the bank, Tom.
That's very kind, but completely unnecessary. I don't need my salary in advance.
I told you this is a high-class outfit.
To the bank. Gee.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in The Face is Familiar, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Tonight, the worldwide Autolite family is privileged to salute a distinguished member, the DeSoto division of Chrysler Corporation. So, I've stopped in at my local DeSoto Plymouth dealers to learn all about the wonderful DeSoto's 454.
Well, you're right about the new DeSoto automatics, Mr. Wilcox. They are wonderful, and for many reasons. For instance, there's the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Firedome V8 engine, the world's most efficient engine design.
Well, explain why, Mr. Dealer.
The secret's in the hemispherical design of the combustion chamber. That's where your fuel is exploded to give you power. This design squeezes every last drop of power out of your fuel. Lets you use regular gasoline for real economy. This, plus DeSoto's fully automatic power flight transmission, power steering, power brakes, and Autolite electrical equipment are just a few of the many reasons why the 1954 DeSoto automatics put you ahead automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long connection with DeSoto and DeSoto Plymouth dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of The Face is Familiar, A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Gee, isn't it funny how you wait a long time for your ship to come in? There I was, watching a train, and my ship came in. Just because I recognized Harry's face. Boy, you gotta keep on your toes in this world. Because when opportunity knocks at your door, you gotta be all set to open it. Well, anyway, I'd opened the door, and before I knew it, we were downtown. Gee, the bank already? I hardly noticed we were moving.
Do you mind waiting a few minutes?
Well, not at all.
I like you, Tom.
Let me tell you, I like you, too.
I'm certainly glad Harry met you after all these years.
And I'm glad, too. I like Harry.
And I like you, too, Tom.
Tom, yeah. You know, I feel like I've known all of you. Just all of you since 2nd Avenue. Boss, I even feel like I grew up with you.
Well, that's very nice of you, Tom. Who's going to get the payroll?
Is that why we stopped at the bank? You pick up your own payroll?
Sure, why not?
For how much?
$50,000.
$50,000? And you pick it up yourself?
It's my money, and I work hard for it. It's my way. And if you don't like my way of doing things, Tom...
No, not at all. I've always felt, personally, I've always felt that people should pick up their own money. Always. Especially if it's $50,000 or more. Besides, armored cars haven't been doing too well in the past few years.
I like the way you think.
Well, maybe we should all pick up the payroll.
Wouldn't that make us a little too conspicuous?
Yes.
And besides, I want to discuss you a little more. I think you'll work out.
Fine. Say, maybe Harry can pick up the money while we talk.
I wanted to discuss you with Harry.
Oh. Well, how about Joe?
Joe picked it up last time. I don't like the same man going in twice in a row.
See, not Harry, not Joe, or you. Me?
I hate to ask you. You're not really part of my organization yet, and I don't like to see a man work unless he gets paid for it.
Well, I'd be happy to. Just delighted. Besides, I'm going to have to get used to large sums of money, and I guess there's no time to start like the present.
Just take this satchel up to the window and give it to the teller. The withdrawal slip is inside. The teller will know exactly what to do.
Fine. Oh, sure, of course. Did you call me?
No. Right ahead.
My, it's certainly crowded. So many people waiting in line.
Yeah.
People certainly must be doing well these days.
Yeah.
I'm very busy myself, you know.
So?
I have some friends waiting for me outside.
Good.
Now, I was just wondering, if you weren't in a hurry, would you mind...
No.
Oh. These lines certainly move slowly, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, he certainly took long enough at that window.
Yeah.
I hate people who dawdle over money. Don't you?
I guess.
Your transaction isn't going to take very long, is it?
Nope.
Good. That big bag you're carrying had me worried.
Yeah?
What sort of business are you in?
Penny vending machines.
Pennies? All those are pennies?
Something wrong with pennies?
Oh, no. No, of course not. Excuse me. I think I'll try that other line. My, it's certainly crowded.
I beg your pardon?
No, I say it's crowded. For such a big bank. Wouldn't you think they'd have more tellers?
I certainly do.
I mean, one, say, to handle pennies and so forth, you know. Well, there's one gone. I like the way that teller works.
I suppose.
Will your transaction take long?
Oh, no.
Good. I'm in a terrible hurry. Some friends are waiting for me on the outside.
Next, please.
Yes, madam.
Well, in 1950, my husband opened an account in his name, a savings account. Then he transferred it to a checking account. Then we split up that money and opened a joint savings account and joint checking account. But we found out we didn't really close the other savings account. Of course, we thought we did, so some of our checking deposits have been...
Look, don't you think you should see the manager instead of taking this teller's time?
I'll handle this, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Madam, would you please take this up with the manager?
But if you don't mind, may I get to the window?
Well.
Yes? The withdrawal slip is in the bag.
Oh, a withdrawal. Next window, please.
Now, just a minute. You in there, teller. Open up.
Yes, sir?
You see, I've been moving from line to line, and I insist you handle this.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't violate the rules for anyone.
But this is a very important matter, you know. This isn't just some piddling sum.
How much are you withdrawing, sir?
I believe it's $50,000.
Oh, you're quite right. That is a lot of money. Now, will you please remove this bag and go to the next window?
Well, all right. At least the lines are getting shorter.
Yes, they are.
Wouldn't you think a bank this size could afford a few extra tellers?
How do you mean?
Like, say, one kind of teller to handle only pennies and another kind to handle matters of $50,000 or more.
I beg your pardon?
I suppose that sounds a little strange, but you'd be surprised how it would speed things up.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it needs it. Yeah, I came in feeling fine, just fine. Now I'm nervous from waiting.
I'll be through in a minute.
Well, it's terribly important. You see, some people are waiting for me outside.
Next, please. Here you are.
20, 30, 40. Thank you. Next, please.
Yes. Oh, wait, just a minute.
Something wrong?
I'll be back in a minute. My friends are calling me. Did you fellas call me?
No. Go back.
But someone honked the horn. I saw somebody else wave.
Go back.
A mistake. Just turn around and go back. We'll be here.
Oh, sure, of course. All right, sir, here's the bag.
Your deposit slip, sir.
Withdrawal. The slip is on the inside. From time to time.
Is this a joke, mister?
Listen, you. I've had enough. Now, you can read, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Then don't dawdle. Do what it says. That's fine. That's much better.
Yes, sir. Come on. Go get it.
Well, here's the money.
Give me that.
Hey, Harry! Where are you going? Stop! What are you doing? Harry!
That got him. All right, Jenkins, take some rope down there and tie their hands. I set off the alarm as fast as I could, officer. Oh, come on, let's get down there. You can show me which one of those guys held you up. All right, officer. I'm sure I'll remember it.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Step back, buddy.
But it was me.
It was you what?
It was me, officer. Look, I took the bag in, and I didn't know.
Are you kidding?
Teller, look at me.
I am. You must be nuts.
No, I'm not nuts. It's me. Don't you recognize my face? Look at it.
Nothing like it. What did the fellow look like? Well, he had a lean face. Or slightly fat. No, lean. Oh. And brown eyes. No. Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Oh, it was me. Look, blue eyes, see? Me. And I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Now beat it, Bud. Now think hard. I am, but it was the most nondescript face I've ever seen.
Well, that's pretty nasty if you ask me.
Tell me what you remember.
I can.
I was standing there. I just counted out $40.
Look, and I walked up to the window.
Oh, it wasn't you. This fellow was about 6 feet tall. Or 5.5.
5 feet 8. I'm 5 feet 8.
And he had a real menacing look.
No, I was smiling. See, look, I'm smiling. Look, now do you remember?
Now, look here, get out of here before I run you in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I remember now. He was 6 feet tall. He had red hair. And he was carrying a gun. He had a handkerchief over the lower part of his face. And he carried a cane.
Well, that's what happened. That was an eyewitness account of a bank robbery from the man who did it. Here I walked into the bank, robbed them of $50,000, and didn't even know I was doing it. Imagine. And nobody recognized me. They didn't know my face. You know, I bet I could walk into another bank and do the same thing. Nah, I better not.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Be sure you take part in the great Autolite family charity drawing now at your Autolite family car dealers. No need to buy a thing. Just sign your name to the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. You may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will share a total of this $100,000 cash distribution on June 1st. Here are the car dealers in your territory who have the Autolite family charity drawing registration forms. DeSoto, Hudson, Dodge, Nash, Packard, Plymouth, Kaiser, Studebaker, Willis, and Chrysler. Visit them tomorrow. Fill out a registration form. Do your part to help favorite charities in your community. Share in this $100,000 cash distribution.
Next week, a story based on fact. The dramatization of one man's deadly way of earning his living. All he needed was the morning newspaper, a telephone, and a gun. It's called Want Ad. Our star, Mr. Robert Cummings. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis. Music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Face is Familiar was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Sheldon Leonard was heard as Harry and Clayton Post as Joe. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Gene Wood, Hy Averback, and Stan Farrar.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Take it or leave it. Time to sharpen your wits with Eversharp. Yes, take it or leave it. Presented by the makers of Eversharp Skyline pens, repeater pencils, desk sets, and Eversharp Red Top lead. Take it or leave it. The most exciting game you ever played. The game that doubles in interest with every question asked. And so, I give you the man with the $64 questions, Eversharp's distinguished master of ceremonies. Here he is, Bill Baker.
Thank you, Ken Niles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to Take It or Leave It, which goes all the way from California, where everything is sunshine, to New York, where everything is dewy. Now, it was quite a turnout election. I walked up to one fella and said, "This is a long line of people for a Hollywood voting booth." He said, Hollywood voting booth, nothing. This line is from a place in Santa Monica that's got coffee. Yes, indeed, times certainly changed. The expression used to be, what's cooking? Now it's what's freezing. But let's get on with Take It or Leave It before they put a ceiling on contestants. I just want to remind our guests this evening that should they win any prizes, they may take cash or war-saving stamps. And here is our first contestant, who is Mr., Chief Philip Jacobs of the United States Coast Guard. Good evening, Chief Jacobs. You can put your hat down. Welcome to Take It or Leave It. How are you feeling tonight, sir?
Very fine, thank you.
Is this the first time you've ever been on our program?
It is, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
You're having fun? I mean, do you like appearing on the stage, or is this something old for you? Have you appeared on the stage
Brand
before?
new, first time.
First time?
Yes, sir.
You're not nervous, are you?
Just shaking a little bit.
Shaking a little. Are you having a good time in Hollywood?
Having a fine time, sir.
You seen any movie stars?
Saw plenty of them.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Who's your favorite?
Of the girls?
Of the girls. Yeah.
Dorothy Lamour.
Without a sarong, a man ain't got a friend, I say. Well, you know, I may turn out to be an actor myself. Sam Goldwyn and I were up all last night working on several deals. He snarted me 3 times. What do we talk? Huh?
Must have been Colbys.
No, it was gin rummy. You've heard of gin rummy. Well, what do we talk about tonight, Chief Jacobs? What have you chosen off that board?
Football team.
Football.
Number 6.
Very good. Okay, here we go with football. You're to tell me what college football team is known by each of the following nicknames for $1. Bruins or UClans.
UCLA.
That's correct. You get a buck. I got to stop making these dollar questions so tough. Think you'd like to try another team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for $2. What college football squad is known as the Ramblers or Fighting Irish?
Notre Dame.
That is correct. Yes, sirree. You get $2. Football was a dangerous game when I used to play it. I had to wear a helmet, head guard, nose guard, rib pads, and all that stuff. I never knew when I might faint and fall off the bench. Why, you have $2. Would you like to try for 4?
Yes, sir.
What team is known as Tar Heels?
North Carolina.
Nothing could be finer. Yes, sirree. All right, you have $4. Are you bucking the line for the $8 question or sticking with the Tar Heels and $4? You can take it or leave it.
I'll try again.
Try for 8?
That's right.
You know your football, don't you? I can tell.
Just a little bit, not so much.
Just a little. Okay, for $8. What team is known as Gophers?
Gophers.
No help, please. Take your time.
Wait a minute.
I don't think you know this one.
Minnesota.
All right, you have $8. You're on the 8-yard line. Will you try a quick run to the $16 mark?
Yes,
Stop
sir.
with 8. You try for 16. Here we go. What team is known as the Wolverines?
Wolverines is Wisconsin. Oh.
Take your time now. Wait a minute. Think. Wolverines.
Wait a minute. Wolverine. Michigan.
Michigan, yes, sirree. Right with Everstar. Just take it easy, my friend. Now you have $16. What'll we do? Would you like to take it or try for 32?
One more time.
One more
Just
time? What do you think he ought to do, folks? All right, here we go for $32. What team is known as Badgers?
Badgers, Wisconsin.
Yes, sirree. All right, you have $32. Would you like to take your 32? What do you mean by
ooh? That's a lot of money. I'll go for it.
You'll go to 64.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
All right, you're on the 10-yard line with 10 seconds to play. You want to try the $64 question. What team is called Panthers?
Panthers?
No help, please.
Panthers. Whoa. Whoa.
Panthers.
Gee, you got me.
Huh?
I'm afraid you got me. Panthers.
Panthers, yeah. What? No, don't ever do that. Come on, the Panthers. No help, please. Did you hear that? The lady said Pittsburgh. I heard it.
I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it?
My word of
Well,
honor.
I'm going to give you an alternate. Would you like an alternate?
Please, dear.
$64?
Yes, sir. I'll eat coffee and
All
everything
right.
else in a minute.
Here we go. What team is known as the Blue Devils?
Blue Devils.
Yeah.
Blue Devils.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Blue Devils. The Blue Devils.
Yeah. The Blue Devils. The Blue Devils. Well, I can't paint pictures for you. I'm sorry.
The Blue Devils.
Yeah. Do you know?
The Coast Guard?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know this one?
The Blue Devils.
Yeah. We have to get on. I'm sorry.
Can't get the Blue Devils.
don't
Wait a
know?
minute. No, wait, just 1 minute.
All right. I'll wait. Got a cigarette? Oh, I mean,
Yeah, I got a cigar.
The Blue Devils. Okay. No help from the audience. I'm sorry, sir.
No,
Do you know
I
this one?
didn't listen. I didn't hear him. The Blue
Do
Devils.
you
The
know?
Marines.
The Marines? No, I'm sorry. The Blue Devils is Duke University. Better luck next time. Stand by for the jackpot. All right, here we are with our next contestant, who is Miss Eleanor Owen of Los Angeles. Good evening, Miss Owen.
Good evening.
You're a secretary?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed at the moment?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, because I don't like this one, and, oh, I love her. Tell me, what did you receive as a gift, please?
An Eversharp pen.
An Eversharp pen. You'll like it even more when you write with it. Eversharp Skyline pens are streamlined for perfect balance and finger-fitting comfort. Now, what do we talk about, Mr. Owen?
The orchestra and accordion.
Oh, thank you. That gives me a chance to play. Well, aren't you nice? Cookie Fairchild, the orchestra, and your humble servant are going to play a group of tunes, and each one is about a person. You tell us who that person is. Okay, Cookie?
Jerry Youngster. The man on the flying trapeze.
Flying trapeze. Yes, sir. Who it is? Well, you've got $1. Would you like to try for two? This one is on
Yes,
me.
I'll try for two.
You will?
Dinah.
I didn't hear it. That's all I know. Okay, you've got $2. Now, would you like to try for four?
Yes.
Okay, let's take it, Cookie.
My darling Clementine.
Clementine, yes, sirree. What a gal, Clementine. You may have noticed that all the boys in Cookie Fairchild's band carry little suitcases. The union sends them here to convalesce after a hard week's work. Well, that makes $4. How about trying for 8?
I'll try.
This one is on me again. Let me play a couple of bars.
Sweet Melanie.
Okay, the musical score is $8 now. Is it Home Sweet Home, or would you like to try it for 16?
I'll try for 16.
All right, Cookie, that's you. Listen, 5 by 5, yeah, man. Now, you have 3 by 5 and 1. That's 16. Would you like to try it for 32?
Yes.
All right. This is an oldie, now think.
I can't think of the name.
You don't know this one?
Can't think of the name.
You can't think of it. It's rather old. I'm sorry. The name is Mandy. It's an old song. Better luck next time. Well, I don't know. I have something to say here. Ken Niles, you look as snug as if you'd answered the $64 question. Thanks.
And indeed I have, Phil. The $64 Christmas question. You've seen handsome desk sets before, but nothing to compare to the sparkling beauty of the new Eversharp. Cast your eyes on this one. The base made of rare Argentine onyx, perfectly veined, clear down into its crystal heart. And blue-green, which means this is a choice selection. Add to that a streamlined Eversharp Skyline pen in Dubonnet red or jet black, and you have a truly magnificent gift. Yet, now listen carefully. This desk set is priced at only $7.50. Others, in a wide selection of styles, on bases of wood, leather, ebony glass, and onyx, are priced at $10, $15, $20, and up. Magic Feed prevents flooding, drying, or clogging, so your Eversharp writes instantly and keeps on writing clear down to the last drop of ink. And service on the pens is guaranteed. Not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever. Tomorrow, compare. Comparison proves. Give Eversharp, and you give the finest. Following through with Take It or Leave It for Eversharp. And here's our next contestant coming up to the microphone, who is Mr. Jack Bennett.
No, Benny. Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. Oh.
Benny.
Jack Benny.
B-E-N-N-Y.
B-E-N-N-Y. Thank you, sir. And where are you from, Mr. Benny?
I'm Waukegan.
That's right near Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right between Chicago and Milwaukee.
It is. Nice town, is it?
Pardon me?
Nice town?
Well, we're mighty proud of it.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what business are you in, sir? Please.
What business?
Yes.
Well, I'm a musician, a violinist.
Have you an orchestra, Mr. Benny?
An orchestra?
Yes.
Well, not anymore. I used to be in Waukegan. I used to be with Ken Rappaport's Riveting Rhythm Boys.
Well, what category do you think you'd like to talk to me about, Mr. Benny?
Well, how about that news making?
That says no smoking. What seems to be the trouble, Mr. Benny?
I have my glasses with me.
Would you mind standing just a little closer to the microphone, please? And you're a bit nervous, aren't you?
Well, I'm not quite used to this thing.
Would you like some coffee?
Coffee?
Yeah, have some coffee.
Thank you. I will.
Don't spill it, Mr. Benny.
You feel a little better now?
Yes, thank you.
Feel better. Well, that's fine. Just relax, won't you, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Now, look, Mr. Benny, as long as you're a musician, maybe you'd like to talk about music.
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right, here we go with musical. You've got musical. With musical history. Now, for the first question, for $1, tell me, who wrote Mendelssohn's Spring Song?
Well,
Mendelssohn's Spring Song.
A Mendelssohn?
That's correct. You get $1.
Thank you.
That gives you $1. Now, will you try for 2?
No, thank you. I'll take the $1.
Mr. Benny, everybody tries for at least the $2 question.
Well, it's all the same to you. I just can take the dollar and go.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. This next question will be very easy. Take a chance.
Well, I'd rather not, but then if it's easy...
What do you say, Mr. Benny? Come on.
Well, if it's easy,
yes,
it's an easy one.
All right. For $2, tell me, who was it who fiddled while Rome burned?
Zero.
That was Nero.
Nero. I knew it was Nero. I had Nero in mind. I knew it was Nero.
What Nero?
Yeah, it was King Nero.
It was Emperor Nero.
Oh, Emperor. Give me the $2. It was Emperor Nero.
Don't you want to try for the $4 question?
No, thank you. Just the $2.
But, Mr. Benny, all of these questions are easy. Take a chance on the $4 question, will you?
Well, if they're easy, I will.
All right, then. What do you say? For $4?
Yes.
Here we go. For $4, tell me. See if you can tell me the name of 2 out of 3 very famous violin makers.
Well, there was Stradivarius.
That's good.
And then there's that famous Italian violin maker, Amati.
Very good. You get $4. By the way, Mr. Benny, tell me, what did you receive as a gift tonight?
A pencil.
Can you tell me what kind of a pencil?
A lead pencil.
Oh. That is a genuine Eversharp repeater pencil.
The man in front of me got a pen.
That's the Eversharp Skyline pen.
Yeah. The man in back of me got a pen, too. I got a pencil.
I heard you. I know. Well, would you like to try for the $8?
Pardon?
Would you like to try for the $8 question?
The $8 question?
Yeah.
Well,
very easy. You wanted to try.
Well, all right. I'll try.
For $8, tell me, what Russian composer just completed one of the greatest and longest compositions called the Seventh Symphony?
Shostakovich, is it? Or
Shostakovich. Shostakovich. You get $8. You're doing wonderfully. Tell me, Mr. Benny, have you ever been to this program before?
34 times, and I always got a pencil.
Well, you know our pencils are guaranteed not for years, not for life, but forever.
Well, how do I know where you'll be 50 years from now?
Well, now, look, would you like to try the $16 question? They're quite easy.
All right.
Well, for $16, tell me what famous musician was once premier of Poland?
Paderewski.
Right with Eversharp. Well, Mr. Benny, you certainly know a lot about music, don't you?
Pardon?
I say you know a lot about music.
Well, I lived with Ben Burney for 5 years.
That accounts for it. Now, how would you like to try the $32 question?
No. I think just I brought some people with me. I'll have to ask them.
Your family?
No, my lawyer.
Your lawyer.
3 of them here.
Well, what do you think you ought to do? Try for $32?
Well, if it's easy.
All right, here it is. For $32, what famous orchestra conductor appeared in the picture 100 Men and a Girl?
Stokowski.
You have $32. Yes, there is. Now then, you see how easy these questions are, Mr. Benny. Wouldn't you like to try for $64?
No, thank you. No, just the $32.
Well, look, 64 is, come on, try for $32. Won't you please?
No.
For 64 out of it?
Well, I don't... Are they easy, the $64?
Well, this one is rather easy.
It is?
Yes.
It is? Well, then All right, I'll take a chance.
For $64.
I'll take a chance for 64. Remember, I wanted to quit, of course, at 32. But
you do want to try for 64.
I'll try it.
All right. Here's the $64 question. Over a period of 75 years, at least 100 great musical composers have attempted to write an ending for Schubert's immortal composition, his Unfinished Symphony. Can you name at least 37 of these composers?
Now, wait a minute, Baker. I want my $32.
But, Mr. Benning, I can't give you $32. You tried for the $64
I don't care. You
question.
coaxed me into it. I beg to stop after $32.
Now, just a minute.
I'll see my lawyers
I
about
can't
it.
help it, Mr. Benning. You've got to answer the $64 question. Can you name those 37 composers?
I can't even name the Blue Devils. Now, look, I don't want to have anything to do with this thing.
Now, look, I'm sorry,
I don't
Mr.
care.
Benning,
I
but
was
you
going to
can't
quit
have
at
it.
$32.
Stop screaming, Mr. Benning. You've got 34 pencils.
Yes, and I'll take those 34. I'll write 34 letters to your sponsor.
All right,
You
I'm
can't
sorry,
do that
Mr.
to me.
Benning. Get off, will you, please? This wasn't a meatless day, I'd bite him. If Corporal Leroy Weltman, one of the contestants on last week's program, is listening in, will he please get in touch with me as soon as possible? I have a check for $64 for it. His answer to a question about the official Army magazine was technically wrong, but there is a newspaper called Army Times. And because he was so close to the mark, Eversharp wants him to have the $64. So, if anyone listening in knows Corporal Weltman and his... Where is he? Is he in the audience? The contestant is Private John Bershka of the United States Army. How do you do, Private Bershka?
Oh, pretty good, man.
You all right?
Yeah, so far.
You're all right so far. Are you on furlough?
No.
You're not on furlough. You've been to the canteen?
Okay.
The Hollywood canteen?
Once before, man.
It's quite a place, isn't it? Well, you must go there a lot. You're perfectly welcome. The place is open for you fellas. What have you chosen off that board to talk to me?
Number
15 is a man named Lawrence. Okay, here we go. These men all have one thing in common. Their first name is Lawrence. You see if you can identify each one from the following descriptions for $1. This Lawrence is one of the 5 sons of John D. Rockefeller.
Lawrence Rockefeller.
That's right. You get a buck. Right on the first bound. Would you like to try for 2?
Mm-hmm.
Then see if you can identify this Lawrence. He played Heathcliff in Wuthering Heights. He's married to Vivian Lee.
Lawrence Oliver.
Olivier. Yes, there is. Okay. There's a guy. The greatest gift to women since the two-way stretch. You have a steak of $2. Do you want all that meat and 4 potatoes?
Give me the meat.
Okay, here we go for $4. This Lawrence is nicknamed Larry. He's a harmonica virtuoso.
Larry Adler.
Yes, sirree. You get $4. All right. We just have a few moments now. You have $4. Would you like to try for 8?
Yes.
Here we go. This Lawrence is a Metropolitan Opera baritone. You've undoubtedly heard him sing Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. Tibet. Yes, sirree. You get $8. Now you have $8. Would you like to try for 16? What do you think? You can take your 8.
I'm coming.
For 16
That's
here we
right.
go. This Lawrence, nicknamed Buster, is a famous swimmer and Tarzan
Buster
player.
Crab.
Crab, that's the boy. All right, that gives you $16. Would you like to try with 32 or take your 16?
Can I get you an outfit, honey?
He wants to know if he can get his honey an outfit.
My wife.
Oh, your wife? Well, wonderful. I'm rooting for you.
All right, let's
but
go.
Look, you really want to take this next one? It's a tough one.
Forget about it.
Give the boy $16. Now, wait a minute. Now, just let's, for fun, see if you knew the $32 question. This Lawrence was co-author with Maxwell Anderson of What Price Glory? No help. You don't know. No. Well, you get $16 and stand by for the jackpot. All right. Our jackpot amounts to $98. Now a word from Ken Niles, then we'll be back with the jackpot question.
Big men who take big things in their stride are naturally attracted to the rugged, sturdy Eversharp Executive Pen. It is built to husky yet streamlined proportions, with giant satin smooth point that stands the gas, and massive barrel that holds far more ink, perfect for the man who works longer, harder hours. This pen writes more words more smoothly, requires less refilling, and Magic Feed prevents flooding high in a plane, so on ground level too. Deep pocket clip meets military regulations. Designed to sell at $10, Mass production economies permit this pen to be priced at only $8.75. You get the complete set with giant Eversharp repeater pencil to match, with service on both pen and pencil guaranteed, not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever. Compare. Give Eversharp, and you give the finest.
Thanks, Ken Niles, and now we're ready for the jackpot question. Our jackpot amounts to $98. If more than one person answers correctly, the money will be equally divided among the winners. But if nobody answers correctly, the money will be given to the Army and Navy Relief Society. All right, here's the jackpot question. What lieutenant general led the British 8th Army to victory in Libya? You have 30 seconds to write your answer. Okay, Cookie Fairchild? Here are the jackpot answers. No answer on this one. Incorrect. This one is wrong. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is right. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Congratulations to Lieutenant General Montgomery, and congratulations to our jackpot winners. And now a word from Ken Niles.
Service on all Eversharp pens from $5 up and on all Eversharp repeater pencils, regardless of price, is guaranteed forever. Now, this means if your Eversharp should fail to give you satisfactory service at any time, we will put it in good order for a flat charge of 35 cents to cover postage, insurance, and handling, provided all parts, regardless of their condition, are returned. Remember, this service is guaranteed. Not for years, not for life. Guaranteed forever.
Ken Niles. Before we sign off, I'd like to inform my listeners that after the program, the time consumed by Jack Benny will be given to another contestant. We hope all of you listening have enjoyed Take It or Leave It as much as Eversharp has enjoyed bringing it to you. We'll meet you all again next week at this same time, so let's make it a date. Meanwhile, don't forget to sharpen your wits with an Eversharp. This is Phil Baker saying good night for Eversharp. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, what makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing A Fellow with an Umbrella.
I'm just a fella with an umbrella, looking for a girl who'll save her love for a rainy day. I'm just a fella with an umbrella, glad to see the skies of blue have turned into skies of gray. Raindrops have brought us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe the break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. I'll be the fella with an umbrella. If you'll be the girl who's safe for love for a rainy day. Raindrops have brought us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe the break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. So I'll be the fella with an umbrella. If you'll be the girl who's safe for a rainy day.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are thousands of prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
1949 Ford sedan.
Westinghouse laundromat.
From Silver Fox scarves.
Toastmaster toasters.
Yes, 2,336 prizes in all.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Dee-da, 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 dee-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or get an official entry blank from your dealer which gives you the easy rules. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the black bands from one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
And now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Dee-da, 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 dee-da.
Mail your entry blank with the black bands from Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Enter early, enter often.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
To our dear friend, Mr. Anderson, a more brutal evening than one spent at the Weaverville Town Hall listening to a visiting soprano gargle her way through a concert is difficult to imagine. Yet it's exactly this ordeal he faces tonight, for Mrs. Anderson considers the affair a cultural must. Naturally, he'd give his eye teeth to be absent, but in view of his wife's feelings in the matter, a refusal might entail the loss of some of his front ones as well. So we find him now pouring out his woes into the sympathetic ear of our young hero, Dennis Day.
Oh, now it can't be that bad, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, it's worse, my boy. Imagine sitting there all night while some woman yowls herself blue in the face.
Well, refuse to go. You're a man. You wear the pants in the family, don't you?
Oh, sure, I wear the pants all right. Only Poopsie keeps cutting the suspenders.
Oh, in other words, she says you have to go, huh?
Oh, no. No, all she said was, whether I go to this concert or not was a matter of my own volition.
Volition?
It's from the Latin. Means either go or get carried.
Oh, I see.
I don't know how much longer I can stand this treatment, Dennis. Someday I've got to assert myself with my wife. Someday I've got to assume my proper place in this marriage before it's too late.
How long have you been married now?
25 years.
Yeah, you better hurry or the honeymoon will be over.
I'm going to. Dennis, my mind is made up. I'm not going to that concert. I'm finally going to tell Poopsie off.
Gosh, do you mean it?
Certainly. Isn't anything better than slavery?
Well, I don't know. Personally, I'd rather tote that bale and keep breathing.
No, I wouldn't. We're going to rehearse my speech to her right now, Dennis. Now, you make believe that you're Poopsie, and you've just walked into the room.
Okay, how do you want her? As usual or smiling?
As usual.
All right, here we go. Well, Herbert, are you ready to go to the concert?
Shut up!
What? I asked you whether you were ready to go to the concert.
Stop flapping your big trap. I'm not going to any concert tonight or any other night. Understand, kiddo? And if you don't like it, you can lump it.
Want to bet which one she does?
I'd just like to see her try it. Those are going to be my exact words, Dennis. I'm going to tell her plenty. I'm going to...
Well, Herbert, are you ready to go to the concert?
Yes, Poopsie.
Well, you can take off that tuxedo because you're not going.
Not going?
Gosh, maybe you're scared of my mental telepathy.
It's simply that Mrs. Van Nostrand just got back in town today and couldn't get a ticket for the concert, so I gave her Herbert's.
Oh, my. You mean I'm to be deprived of hearing Madame Slobotnik sing 112 folk songs in the original Lithuanian, accompanying herself on the glockenspiel?
It can't be helped. You know what a feather it'll be in my cap to be seen with Mrs. Van Nostrand, the acknowledged social leader of the whole town.
Oh, you bet. Well, don't mind me. I'll stay home alone tonight.
Don't be so happy about it. I've hidden your binoculars. And besides, that blonde moved out.
Oh.
Now come along upstairs and help me get dressed.
Yes, dear.
And this time, take off your shoes. Last time you laced up my corset, I had the imprint of your heel on my back for a week.
At your service, love. Oh, hi, Mildred. My, you look very nice.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. Well, what do you think of me, Dennis?
Boy, is that a dress.
My new strapless formal. And judging from the look in your eye, you kind of like it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if you tell me how you keep it up, I could throw away my garters.
Silly. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Van Osten. Oh, my goodness, your nurse? Golly. Yes, of course, Mrs. Van Osten. Yes, I will. Goodbye. Oh, gosh.
Mildred, what's in...
Was that the phone, Mildred?
Yes, Mother, and I'm afraid it's bad news. Mrs. Van Osten's nurse just quit, and she can't get anyone to stay with little Gerald.
You mean she can't go to the concert? But she's got to. I've told everyone in town I'd be with her.
But, Mother, if she can't find anyone to take care of...
Wait a minute. Dennis.
Oh, no, not me. That Gerald is the worst little brat in town.
Dennis, I want Mrs. Van Nostrand at that concert. Is that clear?
Are you kidding? I wouldn't stay with her son for $1 million.
Dennis Day.
You think 50 cents an hour would be too much?
Now, you understand, Mr. Day, my Gerald is not an ordinary child. And I'm extremely careful about seeing that he's in the right hands. That is the reason for this interview.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just exactly what do you know about sitting?
Oh, there's nothing to it. I just squat and then lose altitude till I make contact.
Mr. Day, we are not discussing your physical triumphs.
We're not?
No. Now tell me once and for all, what do you know about growing boys?
Well, frankly, I've never grown any.
What?
I mean, I never had any of my own, but my mother and father did.
Yes. And I imagine they pause every now and then to curse each other about it.
Beg pardon?
Mr. Day, do you really think I'd trust a child like my Gerald with someone like you?
But gosh, Mrs. Van Nostrand...
A high-strung, nervous youngster like my Gerald, who's already tried to run away from home twice.
He has?
Yes. Not that I can understand why. I've always spent a great deal of time with him.
Could that be a clue?
Never mind. The point is, I certainly don't want you taking care of him, and that's just final.
But gee, Mrs. Anderson will kill me if you don't go to that... Wait a minute, I've got an idea. Suppose I call Mr. Anderson and have him come over. The two of us could sit with Gerald.
Mr. Anderson? Well, I do want to hear that concert. All right, call him. I guess Mr. Anderson can handle the boy.
Oh, sure. Little Gerald may have a few pounds on him, but Herbie's pretty fast on his feet. Come on, Gerald. Let's finish your homework before Mr. Anderson gets back with the ice cream. Now, once more, what is the largest city in Australia?
Why don't you jump in the lake?
Gerald, you must never answer a question with a question.
Ah, put that book away. I had enough of this junk.
Gerald, that's no attitude. You've got to do your homework, son. You don't want to grow up and be a big dumbbell, do you?
What's the matter? You hate the life you lead?
Never mind. You want to amount to something, don't you?
Not me. I'm going to be an actor.
An actor?
Sure. That's the greatest life in the world. Every time my mother leaves me alone, I try running away. The sitters are always too smart for... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
You know something? You're right about getting an education. I better get the rest of my books and study real hard.
Yeah, now you're talking.
They're in this closet. Would you get them for me?
You bet. Hey, where are they? I don't see them.
Back a little further. That's it. Okay, wise guy.
Gerald, hey, you locked me in.
Come on, sucker. I'm taking the next train to Hollywood.
Gerald, wait. Come back. Gerald, let me
Dennis, are you sure he came down here at the station? You see him anywhere?
No, but Oh, wait a minute. There he is.
Huh?
See? On the other side of that iron gate.
Oh, my gosh. We can't even get our hands on him. How can we stop him from getting on that train?
Come on. I have an idea. Maybe we can talk him out of it. Just follow any lead I throw.
Okay.
Hello, Gerald.
You mean goodbye, sucker. My train leaves in 5 minutes.
Okay. If you want to go to a sad, unhappy, uneducated life, that's your lookout.
What do you mean, uneducated? Who are you saying ain't got no education?
You. Don't you know you can't be an actor unless you know how to speak English?
Okay, so I'll go on the radio. That Jimmy Durante does okay without the English language.
Gerald, I'm glad you mentioned him. You think Jimmy Durante's a happy man. I happen to know that behind that gay, carefree nose beats a broken heart.
Yeah? How would you know?
Well, I'm going to tell you a secret I've never mentioned in public before. My real name is Jimmy Durante, Gerald.
What? You're nuts.
You don't believe it, huh, kiddo? Okay, I'll tell you a story. I'm driving down Sunset Boulevard one day in my moron-colored convertible with the white sidewall tires. I'm dressed in me usual Hollywood fashion, to wit, me violet beret, me orange-colored sweatshirt, open enough to show a glimpse of me heliotrope waistcoat, be decked in me fuchsia slacks with chartreuse open sneakers. All of a sudden, a motorcycle gendarme flags me to the curb. I says, "What's the matter?" I was only going 50 miles an hour. And he says, "I know. I just wanted to hear you talk." How was I mortified? And Gerald, what did I have to talk about? Did I know the biggest city in Australia? No. Did I know how to square a hypotenuse? I don't even know what they eat. Don't grow up like me. A miserable, uneducated millionaire, Gerald. It's ignominious.
Just because you are.
But they are, Gerald. Even the greatest of them. Men like Sir Harry Lauder, a success on every continent. He was just as sad.
Sir Harry Lauder? Who's he?
Oh, he was before your time, Gerald. Way back in the beginning of show business, when they didn't even know whether Phil Spitali's orchestra would be a boy or a girl. But I know all about him because, you see, Sir Harry Lauder was just one of my stage names.
What? He was you, too?
Ach, aye, laddie. That's how it was. Aye, and what a hit I was, too, with my kilts and my tat and my tam. Back when the century was new. Aye, the music comes back to me new. If you'll close your ears, maybe you can hear it, too, just the way I used to sing. I've seen lots of bonny lassies on my travels wide, but my heart is centered new on bonny Kate McBride. And although I'm no a fella that would throw a word away, I'm surprised sometimes myself at all I've got to say. Roamin' in the gloamin' on the bonny banks of Clyde, roamin' in the gloamin' with my lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely roamin' in the gloamin', man, I'm telling you. Last night after strolling, we got in at 9:30. And sitting at the kitchen fire, I asked her to be mine. When she promised, I got up and I danced the heel and fling. I've just been to the jeweller's and I bought her a bonny wee ring. Oh, roamin' in the gloamin',
on the bonny banks of Clyde, roaming in the gloaming with my lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely roaming in the gloaming on the bonny banks of Clyde, roaming in the gloaming with my lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely roaming in the gloaming. Oh, it's lovely roaming in the gloaming.
Aye, Larry, that's the way I used to warble. But when I get home at night to my 150-room house and my 1,200 servants, my head butler used to say to me,
Blimey, good evening, you bally-bloomin' lordship, sir.
Greetings, Tiffin, old man. And it's as happy as every year, this bra-brick moonlight next to next, I see.
Yes, your lordship, much happier than you.
Aye.
For you see, you didn't concentrate on your education when you were little Gerald's age.
Aye.
And now, in spite of your great wealth, you don't know the biggest city in blinking old Australia.
Aye.
Right so, Governor.
You see what I mean, Gerald?
Oh, who cares about an old Scotchman? You just show me a big success on the American stage who feels that way.
All right. Have you ever heard of the Andrews sisters, my boy?
Now, don't tell me you're all three of them.
Oh. No, that'd be silly. I'm only one.
What?
Sure. And my friend here, Mr. Anderson, is another. You hear us sing and you think we're happy. But are we? Listen closely and see if you can't detect a sad note beneath it all.
He was a famous trumpet man from out Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else would play. He was the top man of his past. But then his number came up and he was gone with his craft. He's in the army now, a blowing reveille. He's the boogie bugle boy, a company beat. A toot-a-toot-a-toot-a-toot, he blows it eight to the bar. In boogie rhythm, he can't blow a note unless the patient guitar is playing with him.
Makes the company jump
when he plays reveille. He's the boogie bugle boy, a company beat.
He was a boogie bugle boy, a company beat. And while he plays boogie bugle, he was busy as a biz-bee. And when he plays, he makes the company jump eight to the bar. He's the boogie bugle boy, a company beat. Toot-toot-toot-toodly-ada, toodly-ada, toot-toot, he blows it eight to the bar.
He can't blow a note if the bass and guitar are again.
The company jumps when he plays reveille. He's the boogie bugle boy, a company beat. He's the boogie bugle boy, a company beat.
Gee, that was super, Maxine.
Yes, solid murder, Laverne girl. What did you think, Patty?
Oh, don't even ask her. She's still broken up because that Sydney fella threw her over.
Yeah, that was a shame.
Yeah. It looked like such a beautiful romance, too.
Yeah, until that awful day when he asked her to name the biggest city in Australia.
Yes, that was the day she lost Sydney.
What good are all the diamonds and yachts and Cadillacs and swimming pools? She can't even name the biggest city in Australia.
Oh. I'll bet she wishes she had concentrated on her education when she was Gerald's age. Say, if we know the name of the biggest city in Australia, we could tell her and maybe she could get Sydney back.
Yes, let's see now. What could it be? Kangaroo?
No. Gee, that Sydney can ask some tough ones.
Wait a minute. Sydney. That gives me an idea. I think I've got it.
What?
It's Singapore.
Of course.
See, Gerald, the Andrews sisters have their troubles, too.
Yeah, I guess so.
I tell you, they're all unhappy. Every last one of them. Jack Benny, Al Jolson, Sophie Tucker.
Gosh, Sophie Tucker, too?
Oh, the unhappiest of them all, and I ought to know.
Oh, no, you don't mean...
Yep, my maiden name. I remember how I used to get out there on the stage of the old palace and really rock the place. I tell you, there was never anyone like old Soph.
You'll miss me, honey, some of these days. You'll feel so lonely. You'll miss my hugging. You'll miss my kissing. You'll miss me, honey, when you go away. I feel so lonely. Just for you only, for you know, honey, you've had your way. And when you leave me, I know it will grieve me. You're gonna miss your big fat mama some of these days.
So you see, Gerald, nobody on the stage is happy. In spite of their yachts and rubies and palaces, they're all miserable.
Gee, honest?
Sure. You've got to have an education if you want to amount to something in this world.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Here's my railroad ticket, pal.
Oh, good golly, is that a load off my mind? Oh, wait a minute, Dennis. Where are you going? To turn the boy's ticket in?
What? Swimming pools, yachts, diamonds, furs, Cadillacs? I'm taking the next train to Hollywood.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. From the picture, That Lady in Ermine, here's Dennis to sing This Is the Moment.
This is the moment. This is the time. Why don't we take it and make it sublime? On this rare night we could whisper in the shadows till dawn.
skies go bright, I'll be sorry that the shadows are gone. This is the moment love has begun. Maybe there's danger, but that might be fun. I used to say if the right one came my way, I would know it in a moment. This is the moment.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun. Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And say, some good friends of yours are moving next week. Blondie, Dagwood, J.C. Dithers, the whole Blondie radio family move to Wednesday nights on most of these stations. We hope you'll be home to welcome them and listen to Blondie every Wednesday. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Now, the Halls of Ivy. That surround us here today. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The final weeks of any college semester are crowded ones, and Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, has just put in a strenuous day at his office and returns home to number 1 Faculty Row and his wife Victoria with gratitude and relief.
Vicky, you home? I hope.
Oh, hello, Lamb. You sound tired.
Yes, your tired lamb has returned to the fold and about ready to.
Ready to what?
The fold.
Oh, well, collapse in your chair, darling, and tell me all about it.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not. That would require a recharging of my mental batteries, and at the moment I would away with thinking.
Which away? That away?
No. I'll put it this away. I devoutly hope that we have nothing on the calendar for this evening.
Not a thing. Louise is going out. Tonight you have a date alone with your wife.
A date alone with my wife to the exclusion of the rest of the world is a unique and happy event. And when I think of the schedule for the next 2 weeks...
Oh, I know. The faculty dinner Friday. And this weekend we have the president's reception. Hey, oh, yes, a week from tonight. Next Wednesday, the Wellmans are coming here for dinner.
Oh, yes. Now, why did I forget that? Freudian block, perhaps.
I read the date a month ago. The Wellmans are the kind of people you can't invite at the last minute. They always think the people you really wanted suddenly drop dead, and you only ask them out of desperation.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, good evening, Louisa.
Is it all right now?
I wasn't aware that anything was wrong.
If I don't, the prices change.
Well, then by all means, do.
Thank you. And, Mrs. Hall, I cooked the chicken, but don't touch it.
Well, at today's prices, I'm not surprised it's sensitive.
I just don't know if I'm going to like it anyway, since she's changed the color of her hair.
Who, the chicken?
Oh, she's almost old enough to be his mother. Is that all, Dr. Hall?
Oh, yes, I think that takes care of everything.
Oh, just a moment, Louisa, before you go. Is the cooked chicken for tomorrow night's dinner?
That's what I said, Mrs. Hall.
Oh.
But you'll never get me to believe she's doing the same. Well, good night.
Good night, Louisa.
And Mrs. Hall, it's in the green one. But don't let it stand too long or it'll fall. That's eggs for you.
Louisa, for you. How did you do, Toddy?
I thought you dropped more stitches than usual tonight. All I know is that I'm quite hungry, and the chicken is for tomorrow night. Now, by tomorrow, I'll have to be fed intravenously.
Oh, I'm sure that whatever is about to fall is in my new green casserole. It's probably one of her superb cheese soufflés.
Good. But what did you mean about the change in prices?
Well, I expect she was going to the movies. But who is it that's changed the color of her hair?
Oh, her name is Legion. Thanks to the amazing advances of our technological culture, my lady can now match her hair to her gloves, her purse, or her mood. Once found only on an automobile, the convertible top is now a mere matter of cosmetics. And the permanent, which is so ridiculously temporary, is one of the...
Well, I expect Louisa's forgotten her key. I'll get it, darling. But you go right ahead with your beauty shop lecture. And by the way, do you think you could fit me in tomorrow afternoon about 4:30 for a shampoo and finger wave?
Well, I don't know. Professor Heaslip's coming in for a manicure at 2. I'll have to look at my appointment book.
Why, Mr. Merriweather, come in.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
How nice of you to call.
It's nice of you to say nice, ma'am, when we both know that this is an unholy hour for visiting.
Oh, Charles, come in. Glad to see you.
And sit down. You're just in time to hear Richard Hudnut Hall on the subject of modern makeup, or what foundation cream to use when building a foundation for a creamery.
No, Charles, I shall not subject you to my layman's opinions on such an esoteric aspect of American life.
Oh, esoteric maybe, but don't give your wife any lessons in lily gilding. That schoolgirl complexion needs no more schooling.
Oh.
She has graduated magna cum wolf whistle.
Now, Mr. Merriweather, that's what I call finesse in flattery.
Oh, not flattery, ma'am, just honest, gasping admiration.
Charles, you are a gratifying relic left over from the age of gallantry. Unfortunately, the art of praise has been neglected in this hard-bitten, pungent period of ours, when compliments are reduced to such frightening phrases as slick chick, dreamboat, and hot shots.
You're gone, kid, real gone.
Well, I like to think of myself as a gallant character. In The Secret Life of Walter Mitty Merriweather, he sees himself in a scarlet cape and plumed hat on bended knee.
It's an odd place to wear a plumed hat.
Oh, I don't know. There's something so plebeian about a plain kneecap.
Now finish this revolting picture, Charles. I find it quite cloak and sordid.
Oh, yes, proceed, Sir Lancelot. Or go on, Gawain.
Don't encourage me, ma'am. I'm just a Lochinvar at heart and love laughs at Lochinvars of my age.
Oh.
But there's nothing romantic about my reason for dropping by this evening. Bill, does the name J.B. Radcliffe mean anything to you?
Radcliffe? Oh, yes, I think Mr. Wellman did mention him.
Well, I'll brief you briefly. Radcliffe is an Ivy alumnus who has been living for years in comparative obscurity until Clarence suddenly discovered he'd become a millionaire. Unhappily, Clarence was in my office a week ago when J.B. called to say he'd be going through Ivy tonight. Naturally, Clarence invited himself along for dinner.
Naturally, Clarence saw the handwriting on the endowment, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am. But Radcliffe is not what you might call enamored of Wellman. In fact, he thinks Clarence is a clunk. I tried to tell him what a fine man he was, how the Wellman ancestors were good Mayflower stock, how the Wellmans founded a certain city in New England, and Radcliffe said, "What city, Marblehead?" Yeah, that will give you an idea.
Well, is there anything I can do to alleviate the situation?
Send Mr. Wellman a telegram saying his soup factory's on fire. The Mulligatawny got too hot.
Yes, we might send it collect so he'd shoot the messenger boy and get arrested. No, we've got to gag Clarence somewhere.
Oh, better just let him run his course and hope for the best. After all, with a possible $1 million endowment in sight, he might be quite a graceful dinner companion.
He'll be too graceful. He'll butter Radcliffe like a breakfast bun. Now, believe me, I can get more folding money out of him with a few friendly insults than Clarence could extract with flattery, prayer, cajolery, and asking to see snapshots of his grandchildren. Well, it's my problem, kiddies. Wish me well.
Oh, we do, Mr. Merriweather. May the Radcliffe fountain pen run freely tonight.
Yes, and please let us know what success you have.
I shall. And if in a moment of mad sanity I stab Clarence with a lobster fork and they send me up the river, use your influence with the governor to get me a low number. Bye now.
Goodbye. You know how fond I am of Mr. Merriweather, darling, but I am glad that he, and not us, has Mr. Wellman on his hands for dinner tonight.
Dinner? Vicky, I'm starved. Lock the doors, barricade the windows, muffle the telephone, and let's have at the souffle.
Cozy, Toddy, just you and me and lighted candles and a sink full of dishes. Want some more coffee?
No, thank you, darling. I am surfeited, satisfied, replete, and full. I doubt if I can eat again until sometime late in August.
Well, you go in the other room and curl up with a chest problem, and I'll do the dishes.
We'll do the dishes.
No, my goodness. Only a few thousand of them, said she with a brave little smile.
Oh, very well,
but
if you don't
insist, of course, here's an apron for you.
Apron? Well, haven't you something not quite so dressy? These ruffles, after all.
Well, they're very becoming to you. Turn around, I'll tie it up for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. I admit to a certain inability to tie a bow.
Oh, no, not visitors.
Well, I'll chase them away. I'll tell them Dr. Hall is not at home.
You just poke your head out of the door and say, your mother doesn't want any.
No, with this apron on, they'll think I'm my mother.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. Well, we're here.
Mr. Wellman.
Oh, I hope we're not late.
Oh, Mrs. Wellman.
Clarence and I have been looking forward to this evening.
Well, good evening. Come in.
Thank you.
I see the little woman has put you to work, Dr. Hall. Lending a helping hand in the kitchen?
Oh, no, Bunny. I think we have a treat in store for us tonight. I'll bet, Dr. Hall, that you're preparing the dinner yourself.
Dinner? Well,
yes, indeed. I put a ring around this date on my calendar. Dinner, June 11th. There's a little verse at the top of that calendar, too. Says, breaking of engagements is for the socially inept. An appointment is a promise, and a promise must be kept. I think that's a very... but where's Mrs. Hall?
Why, she's out in the kitchen.
Fixing up some little curlicues and doodads, huh? Well, that's for me. Always eat so many appetizers, never can eat any dinner. Host always has the roast left for Sunday night supper. Leftover Wellman, they call me. The man who came to dinner and couldn't eat any.
Well, perhaps I can help Mrs. Hall. I'll just trot out to the kitchen.
No, please. We only put our guests to work when there is something really difficult to do. Like fixing the plumbing or painting the... No, please sit down. No, I'll go and see what I can do to save the situation. I mean, to help. Well, make yourselves comfortable, won't you? I'll be with you in a moment.
Well, take your time, man. Take your time. Got all evening, you know.
Vicky.
Did you get rid of whoever it was?
Vicky, it's the Wellmans. They've come for dinner.
But they can't. I mean, it's next week. And besides, we've had dinner.
We'll have to eat another. They're all dressed up for the occasion.
But what we have? There's nothing in the... Oh, well, yes, there's Louisa's chicken. Well, if you can stall them, maybe I can sneak upstairs and get dressed.
Mr. Wellman obviously confused our invitation for next week with the Merriweather Radcliffe dinner tonight.
Then we've got to keep them here if I was going to get that endowment.
Yes, we'd better. I'm appalled at the prospect of another dinner, but, as Byron said, all history attests that happiness for man, the hungry sinner, since Eve ate apples, much depends on dinner.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colbys.
And now to return to The Halls of Ivy. It's a few moments later, and Dr. and Mrs. Hall are in their kitchen feverishly trying to throw a dinner together for their unexpected guests, Mr. and Mrs. Wellman, who are sitting in the living room. Bertha Wellman is saying...
It's an old room, but really quite lovely, Bunny. Of course, I could never live with those drapes.
Why not? What's the matter with them?
Oh, they're much too busy.
Busy doing what? Just hanging there.
Well, I mean, Bunny, a quieter pattern. Oh, and I should think she'd have more flowers around. I've heard so much about her roses.
What's the matter with that clump on the piano? Very pretty.
Yes, but for a party... Bunny, what do you suppose has happened to their maid?
Don't know and don't care much. Can't understand her anyway. Always talks like she was skipping rope at the same time. Relax, Bertie. They probably let her off for the night to make it more intimate. Paul usually knows what he's doing, and...
Hello, Mr. Wellman.
How do you do, Mrs.
Wellman, I'm so sorry you've had to wait, but this has been one of those days when everything got mixed up.
Oh, I know just how that is, Mrs. Hall.
Yeah, and then something unexpected came up for our housekeeper, so I hope you won't mind having potluck.
Don't be modest, Mrs. Hall. We've been here before. We know all about what kind of a dinner you serve.
Here we are. Everything finally seems to be organized in the culinary department. I've a few hors d'oeuvres here that may help to assuage the pangs of hunger. Mrs. Wellman?
I thank you. Now, let me see. What's that intriguing little one there in the middle?
Oh, hors d'oeuvre like magic tricks. If you tell how they're done, everybody says, oh, for heaven's sake, anybody could do that.
I love them and don't care how they're made. I'd eat the cap off a beer bottle if it had a piece of cheese and a slice of olive on it. A visual appeal, I suppose. Now, in my soup advertising, I insist on full color. How can you sell beautiful tomato soup in black and white ads? Looks like a bowl of melted golf balls.
You know, I've always wondered why they're called hors d'oeuvres.
Well, it's from the French and means literally outside of the work.
Oh, how interesting.
You mean outside of work, I hate hors d'oeuvres most?
No, Vicky, but the origin of the phrase is not generally known. It seems there was a pastry cook in the royal kitchens of Louis the Pious. His name was Gaston Flambeau, and his specialty was serving tremendous pastries which, when opened, revealed beautiful peasant girls with lutes.
Lutes? You mean lieutenants?
No, Bunny. A lute was a musical instrument.
Oh.
How did Gaston go from big pastries to hors d'oeuvres? Did he run out of peasant girls?
No. It was, it was all due to the famine of the year 823. You see, in desperation, the royal kitchens had to satisfy the royal appetite with reduced but tasty novelties. And Gaston Flambeau was so successful at utilizing leftovers that he was made a duke. Yes, this, of course, broke his spirit because his heart was in the kitchen. He spent his last years hanging about the scullery, muttering, hors d'oeuvre, hors d'oeuvre, out of work, out of work.
You see, Bertha, what they tell you. This man knows everything.
Oh, what a delightful bit of history.
Well, when better history is made, my boy will make it.
Thank you, my darling.
Why can't you ever remember little facts like that, Bunny?
Bunny?
well, you know, just a little nickname. We met on Easter.
Charming.
Yes, I saw her flying across the churchyard, and I call her Bertie.
Now, Clarence, you know the Halls aren't interested in hearing that old story.
Oh, on the contrary, Mrs. Wellman, I'm delighted to hear about such personal history.
Yes, Dr. Hall, I may be a bear as the chairman of the Board of Governors, but when the day is done, after office hours...
You're a lamb, Mr. Wellman.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Hall. Well, you too. Don't know what Dr. Hall would do without you. Charm, balance, common sense, and taste.
Taste? Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Wellman. That's a perfect cue. Dinner is served. Another cup of coffee, Mr. Wellman?
No, thank you. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. It was in the spring of 1911 when George Usher...
No, Bunny. It was the fall of 1912. And it wasn't George. It was his cousin John. You see, Dr. Hall, John Usher was an old friend of my family. You remember the Ushers of North Platte, Nebraska?
Well, no, I don't believe them.
Oh, they were very prominent people. They had the largest sporting goods store in North Platte, and it was no time at all before Clarence became manager.
Bertie, will you let me tell it, please? You're getting it all backwards. Dr. Hall, I don't know whether I ever told you before, but I began my career by tying flies.
Flies? What'd you tie them to?
The art of tying flies is strictly piscatorial.
But what about the Humane Society? The idea of tying up little flies.
Trout flies, Mrs. Hall.
Well, trout fly makes it even worse. A house fly might not mind being tied up in the house, but a trout fly used to the great outdoors.
Mrs. Hall, these were artificial flies.
I don't think their social attitudes are important, Mr. Will. Maybe they just acted artificial. I mean...
Victoria, dear. They were imitation flies, made of silk and thread, used by fishermen as lures.
Yes, darling. Thank you. And now we're even for Gaston Flambeau. But now tell us, Mr. Wellman, what happened after your successful career as a tie flyer?
A tri-fly tyer, my dear.
As a tri-flyer? It doesn't sound right, does it, tri-flyer?
Let's try forgetting it. Excuse me. Dr. Hall speaking.
Hello, Bill. Merriweather.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merriweather.
I hope I didn't get you up.
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, we have company.
Oh, well, then I'll make this a short report. Radcliffe is in the bag. Gave me a whopping big check for Ivy. $750,000.
Oh.
And that ain't coleslaw, brother.
No, it's definitely more nourishing.
By the way, what do you suppose happened to Clarence? He never showed up.
Oh, it's been a delightful evening.
Whose evening?
Yes, the Wellmans were here for dinner, you know. As a matter of fact, we're just sitting around chatting.
Oh, thanks, Bill. I don't know how you did it, but tell me all about your devious tactics tomorrow. And now I give you back to Clarence and his birdie. Bye.
Bye, Charles.
Tell me, William, how is Mr. Merriweather feeling now?
Splendid, Victoria, just splendid.
Oh, has he been sick? That's too bad. He's such a nice man.
Sick? Nonsense. I just saw him this morning. Looked perfectly all right to me. As a matter of fact, we were supposed to be together. That is, I distinctly marked the calendar. I put the ring around the Rosie. I mean, the date. I shouldn't be here. This is a trick.
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Wellman? Who would trick you, and for what?
Merriweather had dinner with Radcliffe tonight, didn't he?
Well, yes, Mr. Wellman, he did mention something.
Mention? That's where I was supposed to be, but you made me make a mistake. That is, you misled. I thought I got my mixed. That is, my dates. I was sure. What happened?
We had dinner tonight, Mr. Wellman, remember?
Oh, you mean you weren't expecting us until next Wednesday? Oh, how dreadful of us, Mrs. Holmes.
Oh, not at all, Mr.
Why,
Wellman.
Bernie, how could you?
Me? What did I do? I suppose
Well, Mr. Wellman, you were so emphatic about the fact that you had arranged this date that we thought perhaps we were the ones who had made the mistake.
Don't you try to crawl out of it now, Dr. Hall. You didn't make any mistake. I did. All I want to know is, why did you let me do it? You knew Merriweather and Radcliffe were expecting me. You knew I had no business being here. So why didn't you throw me out? Why, Dr. Hall? Why?
I enjoyed myself thoroughly tonight, Toddy, despite all that panic and mixed-up. And incidentally, darling, was the dinner too bad?
Which dinner? The one we ate or the one the Wellmans ate?
Oh, excuse me.
Hello, Louisa.
You two still up?
Did you have a nice evening?
I don't know why I bothered. I couldn't see any difference in her hair at all.
Oh, that's too bad after all. You're worrying.
It wasn't in Technicolor, so how could you tell? Well, I'm all done in. Good night.
Good night, Louisa.
Yeah, darling, you know, I'm kind of done in myself.
Yes, a nice quiet evening. But it was well spent, Vicky. And may I say that you came through in the crisis magnificently.
Well, you know me. Quick study, and if you haven't got a script, you have to ad-lib.
Excuse me, Mrs. Hall. What happened to the chicken?
Oh, Louisa, we forgot to tell you. We had it for dinner.
But the souffle, that's gone, too.
Well, we had two dinners, Louisa.
Were you that hungry, Dr. Hall?
No, but our guests were.
Well, it's not that I mind, but the chicken was for tomorrow night.
Yes, we know, but you may sleep tonight in the happy knowledge that your chicken may be listed with man's other feathered friends of history.
Such as which?
Well, such as the seagulls, which saved the Mormon crops in Utah. The ravens, which fed Elijah. The geese, whose cackling warned an ancient city of an impending invasion.
What about my chicken?
Yes, darling, tie that fly. Connect it historically.
Well, Louisa, having your chicken on hand tonight made it possible for us to feed Mr. and Mrs. Wellman, thus setting Mr. Merriweather free to catch a benevolent goose which laid this college a golden egg.
Time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colbys. Louisa is played by Elizabeth Patterson, Mr. Wellman is Herbert Butterfield, Mr. Merriweather is Gail Gordon, and Mrs. Wellman is Sarah Selby. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of the Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
We far, far away to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell and shimmer off in twilight like the old
Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Elvio Allman, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breathtaking sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
April is the month for parties, and the social season in Mel Blanc's little town is in full swing. At the swanky Larchmont Country Club, the dance has been a brilliant social success, and as the young blue bloods leave the place, they try to make an impression by having the doorman call out their names to announce their expensive cars. Let's listen as the doorman's loud voice rings out.
Mr. Henry DuPeister.
My Cadillac, if you please.
Mr. Sylvester Morgan.
My Duesenberg, if you please.
Mr. Mel Blanc.
Piggyback, if you please.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mel didn't care to make too much of an impression. He sneaked into the dance in the first place. Now let's pick up Mel the next day. He's in his fix-it shop speaking to his girl, Betty Colby, of more reasonable things.
Betty, how's about going to the movies with me tonight? We can sit in a balcony, and I guarantee we'll have a lot of fun.
Mel, how can you guarantee it?
I unscrewed the bulb out of the usher's flashlight.
No, Mel, not tonight.
Oh, I know why. You're still mad at me because of what happened in the movies last week. The way I hugged and squeezed and kissed, and then I remembered we didn't get two seats together.
Anyway, Mel, the reason I can't go with you is because Father is tendering a very important social event tonight. I'm sorry, Mel, but you're not invited.
Not invited?
No.
But, Betty, why not? I'm the same as anybody else. I'm as good as you are. After all, I breathe the same air you do. I see the same movies you do. When we go out to dinner, I pay half the check just like you do.
No, it's not that. It's just that Father thinks the things you do at parties are so ridiculous. Like that Scotchman imitation at the last party. Putting on a skirt and instead of a bagpipe blowing into a vacuum cleaner.
Well, they all laughed. Especially when someone plugged in the vacuum cleaner and it took me 3 hours to fight my way out of the bag.
Well, you see, it's just things like that that make Daddy so provoked. When Father's invited the cream of society, he can't take chances. Oh, I'm sorry, Mel, but it's time for me to go. We're cocktailing at 5 and hors d'oeuvring at 7.
Well, stay with me, Betty. I'm bubble-gumming at 9. Oh, here comes your father now.
Oh, hello, Pater.
Hello, Data. Dater. Oh, Brader.
Oh. Quiet. Mel Blanc, you idiot. I told you to fix my ice cream freezer for the party. But what did you do to it?
Well, Mr. Colby, I didn't have all the parts, so I put in some coils from a beer pipe. Anything wrong?
Anything wrong, he says. You moron. All the ice cream I sold today has a head on it.
Acme pistachio.
Look, Mr. Oh, quiet, you idiot. Well, no, I can't be angry today. No, I'm having the most distinguished people in town at my party tonight. I'm breaking into society, and the food I'm serving. Caviar, pheasant. Tonight I'll have the biggest spread in town.
What's the matter with the one you got? Can't I come to your party, Mr. Colby?
Because I'm inviting the cream of society. And you have no family background. Why, my grandfather fought for the South in the Civil War. I can still show you the bullet holes in his Confederate suit.
Well, my grandfather fought for the North. I can still show you the holes in this Union suit.
Oh. You and your corny jokes. You mean? No, Mel, you disgrace me. Not only are you barred from the party, but you're never going to marry my daughter, Betty. No woman should be allowed to bring idiots into the world.
Well, Mr. Colby, where would you be if your mother felt that way?
If you come around my house tonight, I'll break every bone in your body. Come along, Betty.
So long, Mel.
So long, Betty. Huh. I wouldn't go to their old party if they got down on their knees and begged me. I wouldn't go for $1 million. Not me.
Mel?
Yes, Mr. Colby?
Tell Zuki to come right over. He's going to be my butler tonight.
Oh. Anything else you want to tell me, Mr. Colby?
No, what more can I say to an idiot like you?
Huh. Tried to talk me into coming to his party. Well, I'm through with him and his daughter. In fact, I'm through with all women. I'll never look at another woman again. Never have anything to do with women. When I have children, I'll bring them up the same way. If I could only crash that party, I'd show Mr. Colby's cream of society that I'm just as creamy as they are.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, Professor Potchnick, my favorite music teacher. Where are you coming from?
Oh, I was giving piano lessons to little Bobby down the block. You know, I wish he'd wash his hands before taking a lesson.
Why?
He has the only piano in town with all black keys. Oh, does that Bobby play a slobby knobby. By the way, Mel, what are you wearing to Mr. Colby's party tonight?
Nothing.
Mel, isn't that a little daring?
Oh, no, Professor. I'm not going at all. Mr. Colby didn't invite me.
The only reason I'm invited is because my pupil, Mrs. Grimes, is singing there. And when Banker Grimes hears her, I'll lose my pupil. Oh, is she terrible?
Sounds like a hog caller, huh?
Hog caller? Mel, on a clear day, she can call the bacon out of a club sandwich 3 miles away.
Oh, she can't be that bad.
Well, the last time she was singing was at a Thanksgiving dinner.
How was she?
All I know is that the turkey kept stuffing the dressing in his ear. I'm asking you to sing with pear-shaped tones, and what is coming out? Fruit salad. I'm worried, Mel. I can't afford to lose my star pupil. After all, that's my bread and borscht.
Well, I'm worse off than you are, Professor. I'm losing my girl.
Mel, I know just how you feel. I remember when I was married to my wife. If I left her for a second, she said, "By George, I'm going to miss you. By George, I'm going to be lonely." One time I went on a trip, and when I got back, she was gone.
Where was she?
By George. Hey, Mel, look, if you pretended you were a music critic, I could get you into the party.
Yeah?
Sure, you could tell Banker Grimes his wife has a wonderful voice.
Yeah, I could save your pupil and at the same time watch Betty. Professor, that's wonderful.
Well, it's a deal. I'll see you later and we'll go to Colby's party together. Goodbye!
Goodbye! Oh, am I going to get even with Colby? I'll crash that party and be a social lion. Hey, wait a minute. I can't go. Mr. Colby will recognize my voice. 1 minute, cream of society. Next minute, buttermilk.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and that great Come and Get It Day.
What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Diddle-yada. Big as life, that day is coming soon. Diddle-yada. On that great Come and Get It day. Won't it be fun when I'll get my gal. Gonna get this gal. That calico gal. Calico gal. I'll get my mule. Gonna get his mule. That acre of ground. Acre of ground, 'cause word has come from Gabriel's horn. The earth beneath your plow is a button, and now it's yours. It's yours. Glory time's coming for to stay. On that great, great, come and get it day. What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Chiliada. Big as life, that day is coming soon. Glory time's coming for to stay. On that great, great, come and get it, and keep it, and share it. Great, great, come and get it there. Chiliada.
Now back to Mel Blanc, who has a problem. How not to be Mel Blanc. Mel wants to crash Mr. Colby's party to prove he's socially acceptable and help out his friend Professor Potchnick, the music teacher. He still doesn't know how he's going to do it, and while he's thinking about it, he's busy in his fix-it shop hanging up a picture.
Long nail. Gosh, how am I going to get into that party? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello there.
Greetings, mighty zebra. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Mighty potentate, how's your little hummingbird?
Mel, if you're referring to my wife, the word is bats. Matter of fact, Mel, she's a cross between a gull and a loon. A goon. No, it's not fair of me to say that. She's really a bat.
Why do you say bat? A bat hangs by its toenails from the rafters.
Mel, have you ever seen the scratch marks on our curtain rods?
Well, if your wife looks like that, how did you ever get hitched?
Hung is the word. You know, Mel, I wish I'd listened to my father when I got married. He said, John, don't rush, don't hurry. There are plenty of fish in the ocean. But I married my wife anyway. How happy I could have been with a mackerel.
Was there much of a wedding ceremony?
Yes, there was, Mel, a beautiful one. But, Mel, I should have known there was something wrong when that choir sang, Here comes the groom, dragged to his doom. Here comes the bride, riding on her broom.
You sound pretty disgusted, mighty potentate.
Yesterday, my wife and I were in the car, and I couldn't get it started. My wife just sat there barking at me. John, give it gas. Choke it, John. Choke the old rattletrap. Gad, what a temptation. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got low as the dog.
Mighty potentate, I've got troubles of my own. I thought I'd be able to crash Mr. Colby's society party as a music critic. But I can't because he'll recognize my voice.
Well, Mel, why use your own voice? Just put on a long cape and a beard and pretend that you're an Italian impresario, a foreigner.
Hey, that's a great idea, mighty potentate. What made you think of me becoming a foreigner?
Mel, ever since I've been married, I've been trying to get myself deported. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Stallion Road, or I can go home and look at the old gray mare I married.
Say, that's a great idea. I'd better send Zuki to tell Professor Potchnick I'm going to the party as an Italian impresario. Oh, I just remembered. Zuki is working over at Colbys' house as a butler. I wonder how he's doing.
As for Zuki, the guests haven't even arrived yet, and the punch bowl is completely empty. What happened to it?
Well, you see, it evaporated. The maid, the cat, the dog,
Oh, well, Zuki, I'll forgive you for that.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mr. Colby. Nice punch, too.
Now, Zuki, you've got to set the table. You know which side to put the knives and forks on?
Oh, sure. I put the knives on the the forks on the well, the big spoon goes in the let them eat with their hands.
Now, Zuki, stop this fooling around. Remember, the cream of society will be here, and I want everything to be just right. Now, what will you do after dinner is over?
Well, I'll clean the steak. I'll pick up the I'll search everybody for the silverware.
Well, Mel, here we are at Colbys' house. You look wonderful in that cape and beard. Are you nervous?
Of course not. But just don't light any cigarettes near my beard.
Oh, it's Banker Grimes. Where's Mr. Colby?
Oh, Professor Potchnick, come in. Mr. Colby is in the kitchen. Oh, I see you brought a very distinguished friend.
I want you to meet Italy's greatest impresario, Salvatore Pastagazzuca.
Well, Maestro Pasta, yes. Well, sir, as we say in Spanish, buenas noches.
And as we say in Italian, chicken a cacciatore.
Maestro Pastagazzuca has come to hear your wife sing.
Yes, I'm a great singer myself. Listen. Oh, sola miola, oh, sola you all.
Oh, sola you all?
Yeah, I come from South Italy. Oh, how I hated to leave Italy with all of my bambinos.
Do you have many children?
32. Allegretta, glissando, andante.
But why did you name your children after musical terms?
Because every time I look around, there's a new composition. There's my little one, never opens his mouth. I call him a pianissimo. The noisy one, fortissimo. And one is always spitting out the watermelon seeds, pizzicaro. And one we're expecting unfinished symphony.
Well, tell me, is every one of them named after a musical term?
All except for the oldest one. He takes care of everybody.
And what is his name?
Petrillo. You know what they call me over there? Local 802. 32 kids.
Well, why did you leave Italy?
I didn't want to try for 64. But I come to hear singing. Where's the prima donkey? I mean, the prima donna.
Oh, yes, my wife. There she is. Oh, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Darling, yes, this is the famous Italian impresario Maestro Pastagazzuca.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Potchnick, let's go. Oh, how wonderful. Before I listen to you sing, Mrs. Grimes, please open the mouth. I must examine the vocal cords.
Well, Maestro, what do you see?
You are better looking on the inside than on the outside. Now try to warm up a little. Loosen up the diaphragm. I said loosen it. Don't throw it at me. Well, Madame Grimes, I'm ready to hear you sing. Quiet, everybody. Come on, you quiet. Well, come on. Go ahead. Sure, there's no reply. Everybody dropped it there.
Professor Potchnick, Is this what you've been teaching my wife? From now on, sir, no more lessons.
How dare you interrupt her? She's a wonderful.
Oh, yes, look at the food on the table. The pig's feet just got up and walked away.
That's ridiculous. Madame, continue the song.
Mel, get away from the fire. What's the matter? She's blowing your beard off.
My beard! Oh!
Why, it's Mel Blanc.
You've ruined my party. I'll break every bone in your body.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Colby. Mel, let me tell you, that was a wonderful impersonation.
You liked it, Banker Grimes?
Yes, I did. You changed a boring party into a wonderful evening.
Well, Mel, my son, come and join us at dinner.
Oh, Lively, I'm hungry.
Announce the dinner, Zuki.
Oh, all right. Dinner is Where'd everybody go?
Mr. Colby, that was a wonderful dinner. And, Mel, you must come to my house some evening. Oh, such wonderful impersonation.
Thanks, Banker Grimes. What do you think, Betty?
Oh, gosh, Mel, you're wonderful.
It's colossal. And, Mrs. Grimes, don't forget the lesson tomorrow. Bring your tonsils and $10.
Oh, yes. And now, before we leave the party, I shall endeavor to finish my song.
Where'd everybody go?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Do you want a dentifrice that does right by your teeth and your breath? Well, it's Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. It foams into action, swirls around your mouth, sweetens, freshens, gives your breath a wholesome lift. Yes, in 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And what a wonderful job it does on your teeth. Really a dazzling performance. Colgate tooth powder cleans teeth beautifully, reveals their natural brilliance. That makes a flashing smile. So for teeth that naturally sparkle and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Eastman reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Bert Lahr, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Finley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar saying hello for your friendly Ford dealer. And here's a hello from his Ford trained mechanics, too. They're the men you know who do the expert work you can always count on when you bring your Ford back home for service. To help them do a better, faster job, they use special labor-saving Ford equipment. They work by factory-approved methods, and they know the value of using genuine Ford parts, made right, to fit right, and last longer. That's why the best service can cost less at your Ford dealers. It's why you save time, save trouble, and save money when you bring your Ford back home for service. Well, it's Sunday night again, and here comes Fred Allen, driving up in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, gee whiz. I was held up in traffic, Portland. I guess I'm a little late, or didn't you notice?
Oh, I've been reading this magazine.
Oh, the Cosmopolitan.
Mm-hmm. There's a story about your program.
Well, I know. The fellow who wrote that, Joe McCarthy, hung around with us for a whole week.
He tells how you work with the writers, how you make up the jokes, how you put the program on the radio. Mama says the story only leaves out one thing.
What one thing?
It tells how you do it, but it doesn't tell why you do it.
Well, millions of people who own radio sets are asking the same question, Portland.
Mama says radio is disappearing.
Radio is disappearing?
On account of television.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, Mama says since she got her television set, she hasn't turned on a radio.
Why not?
Mama says after looking at television, her eyes are so blurred, she can't find the radio to turn it on.
Oh, I think that's happening all over. But speaking of television, there was a rumor around that Milton Berle wasn't on this last week.
100 saloons closed down. Milton Berle had virus X.
X? He can't spell pneumonia, hey?
He must have been pretty sick.
Well, I don't know how a germ can even get at Berle. He has enough mold on his jokes to make his own penicillin. We'll live to see the day Berle gets applause on this program. It must have been a recording someone sneaked in. Well, what's new this week, Portland?
Grover Whalen says that the city of New York should advertise itself.
You mean like on the radio with jingles?
Yes. I wrote a poem about New York.
No kidding. How does the poem go?
New York's the greatest city. By 2 rivers it is bound. It has the highest buildings and 3 subways underground. It has more theaters, shops, and stores, 1 million worthwhile sights. If you don't know where New York is, it's a suburb of Jackson Heights.
Well, before Grover Whalen closes in on the 2 of us and beats us to death with a gardenia, I think I'll go along and get the paper.
Let's take a walk down Main Street.
All right, let's go.
What does the paper say?
Well, this page here, you see, has pictures of the dog show. Look.
That man is standing with a bird dog.
Well, how do you know it's a bird dog?
It's giving the man one.
Oh, I just thought the dog's tongue was hanging out. I didn't realize what it was doing. Say, here's something. Look, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says that the cost of living has fallen for the 3rd month in a row.
Do you think people have noticed that prices are dropping?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's ask some people now as we're walking along Main Street. This man with the bat wing tie, who is carrying the rest of the bat in his hand. Pardon me, Bud.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name, son. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well,
don't hold me up, son. What's on your mind? I'm busy eating a fly trying to float in a glass of Alka-Seltzer.
You're busy?
Yeah, I've been going to night school, studying Russian.
Studying Russian?
Stalin invited the president over to Moscow.
Say, I read that the president turned down that invitation. Why, Senator?
Harry don't want to leave Washington, son.
Well, why not?
Harry had enough trouble getting there.
Tell me, why did Stalin invite the president to Russia?
The Republicans say Stalin wants to congratulate Harry.
He's got the whole country in the red.
Well, do you think Russia's making any progress?
Yeah, they're trying, son, but they ain't got the know-how.
No?
This week, the first washing machine come out in Moscow.
Really?
Yeah, but nobody in Russia can use it.
Why can't the Russian people use the washing machine?
No soap.
I see. Well, Senator, about our question, why are prices coming down?
It's them radio quiz shows, son. People are getting too much stuff for nothing.
Oh.
Half of the people in the country got flat feet.
Flat feet from what?
Standing by for the giant jackpot.
Well, do you think prices will keep falling, Senator?
Yes, son. You can quote me. Prices will keep falling.
Why?
Big business is going to take a licking.
Oh.
When I was a little boy, my daddy used to take me out to the woodshed.
Yeah?
That's where I learned.
In the woodshed, how could you learn about prices falling?
Son, when you're going to take a licking, something's got to come down.
Say, Portland, look across. Look at that crowd outside of Carnegie Hall.
Oh, Mama had tickets for tonight, but she isn't going.
Well, why not?
The ad said, for the entire evening, Horowitz will be at the Baldwin.
At the Baldwin, huh?
Mama said, why should she pay to see some man sitting all night with an apple?
Yes, better he should be there with his Macintosh in case it rained later. Hey, look who just turned the corner.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, you are as white as a sheet.
I'm whiter than most sheets.
Been ailing?
Yeah, I'm just getting over a spell of ptomaine.
Oh, well, where did you pick up the ptomaine?
Why, the Achieve and Chatter Club they had to do.
The Achieve and Chatter Club, eh?
Yeah, they cooked up a squirrel stew.
Uh-huh.
When I got my plate, I saw something in the stew.
You saw something in the stew?
And I think it saw me.
When you finished eating the squirrel stew?
It felt like the squirrel come to life and was burying things in my stomach.
You were upset?
Yeah. I took a stiff jolt of elderberry wine.
Yes?
I got higher than a tomcat's back.
You did, eh?
While Miss Arthur Dixon was singing Don't Leave Your Mother When Her Hair Turns Gray,
yes,
I started singing Peeking Through the Knothole in Grandma's Wooden Leg.
Yes?
And I heard somebody saying, Moody has got a skinful.
Moody's got a skinful, eh?
Next thing I knowed, I woke up. It was the next day, and over my bed, Miss Moody had hung a picture of Carrie Nation.
Fine. Well, tell me, Titus, what about, wrong generation. Tell me, Titus, what about this trend? Prices dropping, people saving money.
Oh, money don't mean nothing to me.
It doesn't?
No, I always do like my brother Huber.
Yeah?
Huber's a politician up in the woods of Maine.
Politician, eh?
Yeah, Huber never has any money.
Well, how's he get along?
Well, every winter, Huber, he kills a deer.
Yes?
If Huber owes people, he pays them, passing out deer meat.
Oh, he uses deer meat for money.
Yeah, Huber's like the rest of the politicians.
How?
He lives by passing the buck. So long, but...
Well, let's walk faster, Portland. I think it's getting colder out.
Look who just came out of the Capitol Theater.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
Say, which way is a drugstore?
A drugstore?
I'm needing an aspirin.
Why do you need an aspirin?
There is no escaping.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Slowly, I'm going crazy.
What's wrong?
Every morning I'm turning on my radio.
Yes?
It's coming on Arthur Godfrey.
Arthur Godfrey?
At night I'm turning on my television set.
Yes?
Coming on Arthur Godfrey. Today, finally, I'm saying to myself, Pansy, get out of the house. Go to a movie.
Yes?
This way you are escaping Arthur Godfrey.
What happened?
I'm going into the Capitol Theater.
The Capitol Theater?
I'm sitting nicely in a seat, shucking mein Hershey bar.
After you had finished shucking your Hershey bar?
Suddenly it is the stage show.
Yes?
Who is coming out on the stage?
Who?
Who do you think?
Stephen Fetchit?
He's coming on second.
Well, who came on first?
Arthur Godfrey.
Now, wait a minute. Enough with Godfrey, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, have you noticed that prices are lower?
On account of low prices, mine husband Pierre is getting virus max.
Virus Max, eh? Well, how do you mean on account of low prices?
Well, Pierre is running a fur business.
Yes?
Monday, Pierre is having a markdown sale.
Markdown, huh?
Tuesday, he's cutting the markdown prices.
Yes?
Wednesday, he is slashing the cut prices.
Oh.
Thursday, Pierre is selling furs all day outside on the sidewalk.
Yes?
Well, it's raining and Pierre is catching the virus Max.
But what was Pierre doing selling furs outside on the sidewalk?
Prices finally is so low.
Yes?
Pierre is ashamed to be seen in the store.
Oh, I see. Good night, Mrs. Lipton. Well, after looking at these characters, Portland, Main Street should really put on a straitjacket.
You haven't found out anything about lower prices, have you?
Well, not yet. I tell you what I'll do, though. I'll try one more passerby. This little man carrying the long swizzle stick for a cane. Hi, Copper.
You know, get your hands off me. I'll take out all the time. What's the sort of
What
with me?
Ajax Double Voice Cassidy.
It isn't Doodle's Weaver, me boy.
Ajax, you're all dressed up again this week.
Oh, sure. I'm the Adolf Manju at 3rd Avenue.
Oh, really?
I'm always setting styles.
Setting styles, huh?
I was the first man in the Easter parade to wear broccoli for a boutonniere.
I didn't know that.
I was the first man with a full-dress suit to wear black spats and bare feet.
I didn't know that either. But tell me, why are you dressed up today?
This afternoon, you see, I went to a wedding.
Yes?
Pegeen Drumgoole married Cosmos Hennessy.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Pegeen couldn't resist a uniform.
A uniform, eh?
And Cosmos was a street cleaner.
So how was the wedding?
'Twas a sight to behold, me boy. The bride and groom left the church under an arch of dirty brooms. And as they drove off in the big swill truck, the guests were holding their noses and waving goodbye.
I'm sorry I missed it, Ajax. But tell me about our question now. Have you noticed prices dropping?
Oh, I have, me boy. Sure, Haggerty the haberdasher has white duck shirts for 98 cents.
Is that retail?
It's no tail. But there's a catch to it.
Yes?
With every shirt, Haggerty gives you one handkerchief free.
Well, where's the catch?
The handkerchief is the tail of your shirt.
Oh, well, are you glad that prices are coming down?
Oh, I am that. When food is cheap, I can give the wife less money to run the house.
Yes?
And that leaves me more money to spend in Kerrigan's.
Oh, fine.
When everything is low, I can be high. Goodbye, Devo.
So long. Well, come on, Portland. Come away from that music store window.
There's a big picture of Carmen Lombardo.
Carmen Lombardo.
And it's advertising his song.
Oh, the song Powder Your Face with Sunshine.
What is that song like?
You know what? Some Sunday I'll have Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters do Powder Your Face with Sunshine, Portland. And you know something? It'll sound something like this. Listen now.
Powder your face with sunshine. Put on a great big smile. Make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. Whistle a tune of gladness. Gloom never was in sight. The future's brighter when hearts are lighter. Smile, smile, smile. Powder your face with sunshine. Smile and make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. The future's bound to be brighter whenever hearts are lighter. Smile, smile, chin up, grin up while you smile. Smile, smile.
Wait here just a minute, Portland. Kenny Delmar just came out of the Ford dealers. There's a man in a loud checkered suit with him. Say hi, Kenny.
Hello, Fred. I want you to meet a friend of mine, Adjective Adams. Adjective is a press agent for a circus.
Well, glad to know you, Adjective.
It's the most super colossal pleasure of my sensational mastodonic career, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I've just been showing Mr. Adams the new Ford trucks, Fred, and he was quite impressed.
My exact words were they're tremendous, titanic, gargantuan, and super magnitudinous.
Say, they must be pretty big.
Well, the big jobs are the biggest trucks Ford has ever built, Fred. In tractor-trailer operations, they have loads grossing up to 20 tons with power to spare.
Ford trucks are a standard for colossal commodiousness, the new comfort criterion of the century.
Well, it sounds good, Kenny, but what does it mean?
Well, that's Adjective Adams' way of describing the comfort of the Ford truck's new $1 million cab, Fred. Truck drivers are all raving about it.
And the drivers are right. It's dividend dimension for time-defying duration and dutiability.
Kenny, this I will never understand.
Well, that's an easy one, Fred. It means that all the new Ford trucks are bonus built. All 139 new Ford truck models are built extra strong to last longer.
Well, Kenny, this is very impressive, but don't you think that Adjective Adams here exaggerates just a little?
Oh, of course not, Fred. Almost any truck operator will tell you exactly the same thing about that great new line of Ford trucks.
Well, so long, Kenny. And Mr. Adams, a stupendous, awe-inspiring, gigantic good night to you, sir.
You took the words right out of my mouth. So long, brother.
So long, Adjective. Say, Portland, I'll have to hurry along. I'm due over at the rehearsal hall. I'm auditioning acts tonight for a big review.
A review?
It's for television. Last week, Admiral put on a whole Broadway review with Sid Caesar. It was a sensation.
Who's going to be in your review?
Well, I don't know yet. I put this ad in the paper.
What ad?
I have it right here, see? It says, wanted for new television review. Singers, dancers, and old vaudeville acts. Get into television now before it turns back into radio again. Well, Portland, I have to get over to the rehearsal hall. I'll see you later.
Good night.
Good night, Portland. Sam Starlight Studio. Here's the rehearsal hall. Well, I hope my newspaper ad gets some results. I'll go in and see what's cooking here. Wonder where the manager is. Hey, Sam.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Allen.
Behind the scenery. I didn't see you. Hello, Sam. Have any acts shown up for my audition?
Well, Herman, the human fly, was here.
Herman, the human fly?
Yeah. He said he couldn't wait no longer. He sat around on the ceiling for a while and left.
Too bad, I may be able to use a human fly.
Well, Herman said he'd give you a buzz later.
Oh, good. Well, has anyone else...
Pardon me, is Fred Allen here?
Bert Lahr. Bert, what are you doing here?
Well, I seen your ad in the paper. I want to get into television.
Television? Bert, you're a big star in the theater.
Oh, the theater is old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Yeah, as they say in New Jersey, the theater is passé.
Well, Bert, the theater...
The theater is washed up. Who's left in the theater? Lutton Fontaine, Cornell and Princeton. I'm getting into television before it's too late.
Well, Bert, wait a minute. Now, you're on the road with that hit show, Make Mine Manhattan.
Well, don't mention the road to me.
What's wrong with the road?
I'm in Philadelphia now. Have you ever spent a Sunday in Philadelphia?
No.
Well, I was walking around Philadelphia this morning. It felt like it was Resurrection Day, and I was the first one up.
Well, Bert, I remember the road used to be a lot of fun. Those boarding houses. Remember Mother Boone's in Baltimore?
Mother Boone never trusted actors. The towels were nailed to the bathroom wall.
Yes, Mother Boone was sure cheap. When you finished shaving, she'd take the lather and use it for meringue.
Yeah, Mother Boone wouldn't give you any hot water until after she finished boiling something in it.
Right.
One Saturday night, I took a bath.
Yeah?
Mother Boone gave me the water she had cooked some cabbage in.
Cabbage?
Yeah, I left town smelling like a boiled dinner.
Well, how about those hotels on the road, Bert? Remember the Mammoth Hotel in South Bend?
Yeah, I had a room at the Mammoth.
Yeah?
It was so small, I had to leave the window open.
Why?
Well, when I put my key through the keyhole, it used to break the window.
That was small.
Yeah, the transom had stained glass.
Stained glass?
Yeah, the guy who had it before me chewed tobacco.
Remember the house detective at the Mammoth?
Boy, was he cross-eyed. His eyes lapped over.
He was the only house detective I ever knew who could look through a keyhole with both eyes.
Hotels today are murder.
Well, it's still fun traveling around on trains.
Yeah, but today you can't get reservations. I had to go up to Boston on a cattle train.
You rode on a cattle train?
Yeah, the other passengers were nothing but cows. When I saw the conductor coming through the train with a pail, I got off at New Haven.
No kidding.
Fred, I gotta get into television.
Well, Bert, my show is going to be a Broadway review. I've got to get some vaudeville acts.
Well, I can get you all the acts you want, Fred.
Some good acts, really?
Yeah, remember Sloan and the Singing Rats?
Say, whatever happened to Sloan?
Well, I met him last week in Philadelphia. He was looking for a job.
Oh, really? Is Sloan getting his rat act together again?
I think so. He had 2 pounds of cheese. He said he was casting.
Sloan's Singing Rats. You know what, Bert? I can open with a big rat choir. All the rats on their hind legs singing, and that'll just for the opening, you see. Now, what other acts can I get?
Well, remember Murphy's Midgets?
Murphy's Midgets. What happened to Murphy when vaudeville disappeared?
Murphy had a tough time.
Went broke, eh?
Murphy finally shaved all the hair off the midgets and put them in an orphan asylum.
No kidding.
Yeah, if you want the act, Murphy can adopt the midgets and have them out in the morning.
Well, the midgets will be great on television. You know, on those small screens, you can show more people with midgets. Tell me, what other acts do you think we can line up, Bert?
Remember Bosco the talking dog?
Oh, Bosco, the Boston bull who never made a grammatical error.
Yeah, I can get Bosco. I was talking to him the other day at the A&P.
Oh, were you really? Say, Bert, I just happened to think. On television, Bosco, the dog, will have to learn new dialogue every week.
Well, then we better forget about Bosco.
The dog can talk. He must know how to read.
Well, Bosco can read all right.
What's wrong?
Well, his eyes are bad, and Bosco can't wear glasses.
Why not?
His ears flop down.
Well, I'm not worried about the other acts, Bert. I can build my television show around you.
Around me?
Why, certainly. What are you laughing at?
I'm just thinking how funny I'm going to be.
You'll be great, Bert. When my television review opens, first you'll see 2 minutes of flickering. And then you'll come on and sing a song.
You mean something like this?
A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and 2 on an island, 2 on an island. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Bert, that is great. I tell you what we'll do. We'll open the review with Sleepy Lagoon. I'll have Sloan's Singing Rats grouped behind you with canoe paddles, humming the obligata. Now, that's the opening. What can we do next?
Well, how about a short play?
What kind of a play?
Well, Fred, I got an English drawing room sketch that makes Noel Coward sound like Jack Eigen.
You mean it's sophisticated?
My characters not only drop their H's, after they drop them, they step on them.
Say, this is what television needs, Bert. What's the name of your play?
Amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yeah, the play opens with a short overture.
Don't bother, Giles. I shall open the door. Coming.
Lady Gwendolen.
Sir Stafford, what a ripping surprise.
I was just popping by, Lady Gwendolen. Thought I'd return this to you.
My riding crop.
You dropped your crop at the last week.
I dropped my crop, fancy.
You didn't miss it?
Not at all. Amnesia, you know.
Amnesia?
A nasty blow with a cricket bat at the age of 3.
So sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. May I take your humber?
Thank you. I say, Lady Gwendolen, you're hanging my hat on the nozzle of that teapot.
I thought it was the whole tree. I forgot. Amnesia, you know.
Oh, Lady Gwendolen, dash it all. I've fallen madly in love with you.
Medley?
Medley. It was the day of the hunt. The way you jumped over that 9-foot hedge.
What made you watch me?
You had forgotten your horse.
Amnesia, you know.
Lady Gwendolen, I kiss your hand.
Sir Stafford, you're going above the knuckle.
Sorry, you have short fingers. Lady Gwendolen, will you marry me?
But I hardly know you, Sir Stafford. Your position?
My position. I have a townhouse in London, a castle in Stafford, and my country seat is the biggest in all Devonshire.
Your seat?
It's so big, part of it is outside of Devonshire. Marry me, Lady Gwendolen.
Oh, Sir Stafford.
Lady Gwendolen.
Cheerio, everyone.
Ridgey, old top, you're just in time to congratulate us.
Oh, I see. Congratulate you.
Sir Stafford and I are getting married.
Married? But Gwendolen, you're married to me.
Oh, sorry, Sir Stafford. I can't marry you.
Lady Gwendolen, how could you forget you had a husband?
Amnesia, you know.
Well, that's the play, Fred. What do you think of it?
It's great, Bert. My television show will be a sensation. Sloane's Rats, Murphy's Midgets, Bosco the Talking Dog, you in this English sketch. Now, all I need is a finish.
Say, I got an idea. How about a minstrel show?
Great, a minstrel. If Pick and Pat can do a minstrel show, so can we. I can see it now, Bert. As the curtain rises, the orchestra's playing.
Gentlemen, be seated. Well, Mr. Bones, how do you feel tonight?
Well, I feel like the inside of a stove.
How's that?
Great.
Oh, Mr. Locketer.
Yes, Mr. Tambo.
Why is a girl with a home permanent never alone?
Tell me, Mr. Tambo, why is a girl with a home permanent never alone?
Because she always has her Tony.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Tambo and Bones and the entire company join in a beautiful rendition of Ring the Banjo. Hit it, Professor.
The time is never weary if the darkie's ever grown. The lady's never weary with the rattle of the bone. Then come again, Susanna, by the gaslight of the moon. We'll find the old piano when the banjo's out of tune. Ring, ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, while you've been so long. Ring, ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, well, you've been so long.
One more thing before we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's an invitation from your Ford dealer. Until you actually drive the new Ford, you can't imagine how different it feels. It's an experience I know you'll enjoy. Your Ford dealer invites you to drop around this week and get behind the wheel. When you drive the new Ford, you'll see what we mean. Next week, our guest will be, surprise, Dr. Rockwell. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.